for jungle buff.
I must be going.
did a number on me. Hurry, hurry, no time to waste. What terrible weather we're having. Hurry, hurry, no time to waste. Oh, bother. Okay.
What do you want me to do? I mean, jeez. I mean, I'm going through a Titan, a Phoenix. I mean, fuck, dude.
On my way. Gone and I'm all alone.
Hey, should I be like you? Hey, what a fucking moron! Why are you running after someone? Ah.
I do apologize for the bother you've done. Seriously consider slowing down, good sir. What terrible weather we're having. Truly dashing. Be careful.
Retreat! Middle lane!
Retreat!
Attack the minions!
Your middle Phoenix is under attack.
On my way. Attack! On my way.
grown quite weary of late.
Free, are we?
That's too bad. Good game. Titan's under attack.
I'm so glad you went fucking damage like a fucking retard.
Pick your god.
Sylvanas!
mountain. Just get moving, you big lump. Sticks and stones.
So our holy orders begin. Nearly simultaneous dual destruction.
Wait!
Sorry.
Thanks.
Sorry.
It will be handled quickly.
Sticks and stones!
Impressive.
Okay.
You are strong.
Group up, group up.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Stick around!
Enemy team has destroyed the Bull Demon King.
No problem!
Okay.
Sorry.
Stick around!
Okay.
May Sheoldred deem you worthy. You will get another chance.
How does it feel to be so inferior to my power?
An ally has been slain.
Our middle tower is under attack.
An enemy has been slain. Do not make me regret my interest in you. tolerated.
Enemy team has destroyed the Bull Demon King. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed. Your middle tower is under attack. Attack!
Impressive. You are strong. Double kill. Phyrexia has no need. Deicide.
Your middle phoenix is under attack. Your middle phoenix has been destroyed. We need board. We need board.
The Kratos will hear of your rampage, and they will be pleased. 2 heretics eliminated. Thorin Flex himself would it not be
your god.
Jackie's mother, Natalie Robinson, still living at 121 Pepper Street in Pasadena, collapsed in her driveway. Jackie flew out immediately, but arrived too late. I can't imagine what else could happen to us this year, he wrote a friend. I pray we've seen the last of trouble for a while. Then, in June, after feeling pain in his chest, Jackie went to see his doctor. Tests showed that he had suffered a heart attack. But almost immediately, he was back writing columns, denouncing Richard Nixon, who was again running for president, and railing against inequality.
My people, white America, have their head in the sand in terms of race relations. White America is saying law and order. You got to abide by it. But in their hearts, law and order means simply hold a black man down.
8 years earlier, he had been a prominent supporter of
Alright, today we're going to be reacting to this Kick streamer that got caught for being a creep, I guess. I'm not really sure of the whole full story, but we're going to watch this 40-minute video by Something About Chicken. So credits to him for the video, and I really was curious on the situation. I saw a lot of stuff on Twitter about some crazy allegations, and I really want to watch it with you guys. So let's watch it.
This is Riot LOL. Omar is his real name. He's a 20-year-old Kick streamer, TikToker, Twitter/X user, whatever you want to call it. And here's him about to get a girl that's clearly, let's say, not of age to expose herself live on his stream. But before we get there, let me tell you about a website called Kick. Kick is a live streaming competitor to Twitch, started by these three dudes, one of them being a live streamer named Trainwrecks, who left Twitch to start Kick because of their inconsistent policies. Now, Kick is fairly new and more lenient on what you can and can't do on there. That's why.
Not gonna lie, Kick has some of the most controversial streamers, and yeah, I know Kick is very pushy with their limits. Like, you can, if you know someone, you can literally do anything. I'm gonna be honest.
For the rest of this video, fair warning, this is going to get very serious very quickly, and I definitely understand if you want to sit this one out. But here we go.
Be like fun, right? Not awkward, not corny. I don't like the boring dates, you know, where it just feels like unorganic and it's just like cringy and awkward. So I like to do these just in like
feel up. Hi.
She was.
Anyway.
Wait, just like
Oh, nothing.
And after that, she told Riot that she was drugged by someone at a concert that night.
Can I tell you something? I was at a festival, but no, not at a festival, but at a concert. You know, Foo Fighters. They came in where I live right now. This guy, he came to me and he gave me this kind of cake. He said like, "Hey, take these. You're gonna feel so good." So I ate them with my friends, but I ate one completely.
What an idiot.
that single moment paid for every bit of anguish I had ever undergone from Jackie. I had my son back. That fall, Jackie Jr. watched the successful completion of his treatment at Daytop. Soon he was working for the organization and making his own public appearances, speaking about the ravages of addiction.
You'll never get hate from people that's doing better than you. You'll always get hate from people that's beneath you, or they believe they're beneath you. That's jealous of you, that's envious of you. People that are doing less than for themselves will always hate on you for doing a lot for yourself. They'll always try to bring you down back to where they're at. I'm not saying that we should talk shit about people that doesn't have what we have. But if you know, you know. If anybody that's out here trying to be better for themselves, trying to do better for themselves, trying to accomplish something for themselves, live a better lifestyle, you know, do something for their families that's never been done. You're going to have people that are going to hate on you, and they're going to talk down on you. They're going to speak of envy. They're going to speak of jealousy, and you're going to feel it, and you're going to hear it, and you're going to see it on the regular. But don't let it persuade you from doing whatever it is that you want to do. You have to keep going, because it's a part of the territory. People are just going to be like that. They're just going to be like that regardless. People are going to be like that. They don't know anything else but hate on you, because it's easier than to look myself in the mirror and say, I need to get my shit together. You will always have people in the world that's like that. People are blessed. People have so much time on their hands. But instead of spending that time to better themselves, they're going to spend that time trying to get you to stop bettering yourself. I've had situations where people try to tell me I'm not going to be anything. They call me nigga. They call me, oh, you black. Your people are never amount to nothing, because all y'all do is kill each other. All y'all do is smoke weed. All y'all do is have sex. Y'all got 5, 6 baby mamas. Y'all broke. Y'all poor. Y'all not smart. All that. You can't trust you. You can't be around you. All these things. And people have their reasons for saying it. I'm not going to justify people saying that. But I know people have their reasons and their experiences and what they see and what they've been exposed to for saying that. But guess what? It gets worse when you start to be that guy that you don't make $50,000 or $40,000 or $30,000 a year. You make $100,000, $140,000, $150,000 a year. Now they really don't like you. Now they talk even more because they're trying to bring you down. They don't like you that you 6 foot something, 200 and something pounds, muscle, 6-pack, 8-pack, whatever it is. They don't like that you have confidence. They don't like it. They don't like that you speak 2, 3 languages. They don't like that you marry with kids and you're happy. You don't have baby mamas. You have one woman and you have a bunch of kids with that woman. They don't like that. They don't like that you're teaching your kids generational wealth, financial literacy. They don't like that. Like I said, we're not here to brag, but we're here to talk. And this is real shit. This happens on the regular. And I'm talking to people from all over the world. I got people from Germany, people from Africa, people from London, people from everywhere, man. Europe. And it's all shades. It's not just black people. It's not just black men. It's white men, Hispanic men, all type of men that reach out to me on this platform, and they say the same thing. We love our people, right? Naturally. But sometimes it just seems like our own people are against us more than the people that don't look like us. And it's because it's normal. You're around these people the majority of the time. They get to see you doing things that they are not doing, and they get to associate it with, oh, you think you're better than me. But they can be doing the same thing you're doing. But they're not choosing to put the work in. They rather just sit there and say, you don't deserve that. Who do you think you are? I'm going to try to bring down your dreams. I'm going to try to bring you back down to my level. I've heard somebody say, stay away from a lazy, ambitious person, because if you get on their bad side, if you do something to offend them, they're so lazy, but they're ambitious. They will become ambitious to bring you down. They will do everything in their power to mess up your life. And that's dangerous. That is dangerous. That's something you have to pay attention to. That's something you have to be aware of, because it's everywhere. People do this on the regular. You understand what I'm saying? This is not something you want to play around with. This is something you want to acknowledge and understand. We can't put ourselves in this situation, because you can only control your actions. You can't control what somebody else do. And if someone wakes up and they have a choice, and their choice today and for the rest of their lives is to try to bring you down, they're going to do everything in their power to bring you down. While you're trying to take 10 steps forward, they're trying to push you 30 feet back, 30 steps back. They're trying to push you a football field back, a basketball court, a soccer field, whatever it is. They're trying to push you 1,000 meters deep in the ocean and drown you. Because they hate you so much. They envy you so much. What you're doing makes them uncomfortable to the core, that that's all they want to do. But it's never somebody who's doing better than you. Not because they think they're better than you, but people who are doing good, they're in a momentum, they're in a cycle. It's like a trance. Like they're like this, it's like their mind is on another level. They're hypnotized with process, elimination, execution, losses, learning, try again, do it again, get better, spend time with family, exercise, eat clean, sleep, set goals, go again. No motivation, no discipline, no passion. We're going to do it anyway because we know what we need to do. See, those people, they don't have time. It's nowhere in there that says, let me stop and look at the person that's above me or beneath me and let's judge. They don't have time. I don't have time. I spend time talking to this camera to remind people out there like me, this is what you're going to deal with. Accountability, discipline, motivation. But when all that may cease because you're human, you still do the work. That goes with everything. You're going to make time for your family. You're going to make time to sleep, recover, rest. But you're also going to make time to do what nobody in your bloodline has done, because it's always the next generation should do better. A lot of you was taught that. I was taught that. We don't have time to hate or deal with the haters, but they're going to be there. My dad said, you're supposed to do better than me, but I'm supposed to teach you how to do good in the first place. And you're supposed to do that good even better, become great. And then you teach your kids how to be greater than you're great. Because we all going to have more opportunities. This is a modern society. Look at technology. You can hate it or you can love it or you can use it to your advantage. It's here for us to use. But it's like this content thing, short form content versus long form content. People can't watch a video for more than a minute. If it's not exciting or somebody getting shot, something terrifying, something just not of value, but you want to be entertained, people are not going to want to watch it. They don't want to be held accountable. They don't want to hear anything that puts them on blast. They don't want to be judged, but they're judging all the time. What hypocrites have we become? And we can say that's just how it is. That's what we've allowed to be normal. Look around. Western culture, Western society, Western civilization, it's a mess, right? Some people are still thriving while the majority are surviving. But the majority of people that are surviving, somewhere down in there, they're hating on somebody. We're spending too much time hating on people, judging people. I'm going to judge a person in the mirror, but I'm aware that people are going to hate. People don't want you to have a YouTube channel, but they're on YouTube. People don't want you to have a TikTok, but they're on TikTok themselves. People don't want you to post on Instagram, but they have an Instagram. See, they want to control what you do, but they can't control what they do. That's why they hate on you. That's why they envy you. They will make excuses. It's part of coping. They don't want to accept that they're lazy. They're not going as hard. They haven't separated their feelings and just put in the work. They're going to blame you. They're going to cope. They're going to try to make you feel bad. They're going to try to devalue what you're doing to value them doing nothing. Oh, I'm alive. I'm human. That should be enough. No. Go look at history, man. History tells it all. It's never going to be some happy, jolly, ollie society, man. It's going to be chaos. Since humans have been on this planet, it's been chaotic some way, shape, or form. You have the highs, you have the lows. But it's here. It's not going anywhere. Ever. When they hate themselves, they project that hate on you for doing what it is that they want.
Taboola helped our digital marketing team grab a bigger bite of the market. Before Taboola, we tried.
I was trying to get right with God, and I ended up sinning against God. I think I fell into sexual sin. And that very night that I went to sleep, I woke up in the morning and I couldn't move. And I'm thinking, oh man, sleep paralysis again. Oh man, not the devil. The devil's a liar. I started rebuking. I'm like, oh man, sleep paralysis. But I realized when I woke up, I couldn't even move and I couldn't speak, but I was wide awake. And it wasn't a demon that spoke to me, but it was the voice of an angel saying, you keep on disobeying God. Father called you. Don't you know that he has a purpose for you? Don't you know? I'm like, let me go. Let me go. What the heck? Like, what kind of demon is this? This demon is encouraging me. What is up, guys? It is Jay from Forever Blessed Ministries, and this is going to be another episode of Wisdom Wednesday. Stay tuned, guys. If you haven't already liked this video, make sure to like, comment, subscribe. But this is going to be a crazy encounter that I had with an angel of the Lord. Angels are biblical. They're very terrifying. If you ever had an encounter with an angel, some could be non-terrifying, but this specific one, fresh baby Christian, I went back to...
So, you're finally ready to launch your dream business as an LLC or limited liability company. But where do you start? Let Zen Business guide you through the steps to officially set up your LLC. You'll be able to set up and manage everything from the all-in-one Zen Business dashboard.
How to film yourself. This is a topic I've seen covered by a lot of people. However, I do have some insight that'll offer a unique perspective that I think you're gonna wanna hear. In 2023, I filmed a total of 213 videos, some long, some short, for clients, for myself, for my mom, a large percentage of which I filmed completely solo, completely by myself. While filming those videos, I was able to pick up an immense amount of insight that not only made my videos incrementally better as time went on, but also made them easier to make. And that's what I'm gonna talk about. See, I want you to think of shooting by yourself as a chef whipping up a delicious, scrumptious dish. First, you've got the prep, where you meticulously plan and script your videos, laying out the ingredients. Next, we have the cooking, which is the shooting, where we apply the heat and mix creativity with technique to bring the flavor out. And finally, the plating, post-production, where we garnish and present our visual ideas, turning the apparently regular into a visual masterpiece that actually has substance.
It's just chips and guac. I don't know what this, chips and guac.
Each step is crucial and interdependent. There's stuff that we have to pay attention to at every single level. So let's not waste any time. Let's get into the kitchen for the prep.
Back with it, action-packed raps, back to back, eating off of the rap snacks. That's a fact. When it took me a cat nap.
Planning is your best friend. If you've ever seen any of my videos, regardless of how spontaneous and off the cuff they appear, every single line is scripted. Literally everything. I organize my lines by location with notes on how I want to deliver those lines. I have screenshots of visual references of visuals that I want to shoot at those locations. Basically, what we're trying to do here is to save time later in the shooting process so we can be more creative when we actually have the camera in hand. Now, if I'm being completely honest, it's hard to rival the simplicity of shooting with a friend or shooting with a DP for one reason and one reason alone: motion. When you're shooting by yourself, because of the tripod, you can't have any motion. But what you and I are going to do is going to use that extreme planning to make up for those static shots in creativity in angles, composition, lighting, diversity of shots. Props play a very crucial role in these videos. I want you to think of your props not as just objects, but rather storytelling tools that help to sharpen the attention of the audience and to hone in on exactly what story that you're trying to tell. Wardrobe is also very, very important. All the great filmmakers and directors have a very signature style. Wes Anderson, for example. Wes Anderson is such an incredible artist because of how cohesive the worlds he creates feel. The outfits, the locations, the set dressing, every single detail is heavily and lengthfully considered. Don't be afraid to be a little extra and get like a chef's outfit and a chef's hat to kind of accentuate your point. Like you gotta be theatric, because this is the arts. It's the arts. In short, the prep stage is about aligning all these elements: the script, the composition, the props, the wardrobe, to set a solid foundation for whatever visual story that we're about to tell. It's the attention to detail that elevates the final production and gets us ready for the next step: the cooking. This is my favorite part of the production process. I love the cooking, which is shooting. Now, since we have all our ingredients, the shot list, the visual references, our script, the wardrobe, the locations, this video is basically going to shoot itself. You just got to show up to the location, read the line that's on the script, and move on to the next shot, which means we can take a little bit more time to get creative. My goal here is to grab the attention of the audience and bend it around my vision like I'm conducting a symphony. The close-ups, the vantage view, the macro focus, tracking shots, Dutch angle, POV shots, the silhouette, super slow motion, and my favorite, top down. You name it. If we can spice up the video, we're gonna throw it in the video with reason. The way I look at it is possible to get the ideas across of whatever video you're making, plain vanilla and just very simple, but we want the personality to flavor the visual dish that we're creating. We want to make these videos with personal flair and style. So we're gonna bust out these cool filters that we have. We're gonna bust out the fog machines, and we're gonna use them to supplement whatever story that we're telling. We're trying to make a cool looking piece, a cool looking video here. Okay, so it would be a shame if I didn't mention arguably the most important thing when it came to filming by yourself: the tripod. Getting a good and reliable tripod is important to working fast and not getting frustrated when it's time to get these shots. You know, I use the Peak Design travel tripod in aluminum. It's very reliable. I've been using it for years and I like it. I also use a small old Manfrotto tripod for my lights as well, because lighting is very important when it comes to creating these visuals as well. Lighting is a whole other important topic that I intend to cover in another video all by itself, because it's so important. But just if you don't know anything about lighting, just remember these 3 things. 1, shoot from the shadow side. This means if your light's coming from this direction, then you put your camera on this other side, shooting into the shadows relative to your face or your subject's face. It just makes it look a little bit more cinematic and a little bit cool. All the directors do it, so I'm gonna do it too. Pointer number 2, if you can't afford big expensive lights, pocket lights will get the job done perfectly. And if you can't afford pocket lights, a flashlight is also good enough. I used a flashlight for a few of the scenes in this video, and they turned out amazing. You just have to get a little creative with it. Lastly, point number 3, natural light is your friend. If all else fails, if you can't find a light, just shoot in front of a window and the light will be evenly balanced on your face and it'll be beautiful. Would you look at that? We're done cooking. It's now time for the final stage, the presentation. This is where we transform our raw footage into a captivating visual feast. I like to create tiny little wow moments. I call them visual nuggets to keep the attention of the audience glued to the screen. If you're curious where I get my inspiration for all this stuff, I look at music videos and documentaries and see the techniques that they use to hold the attention of the audience before I move on to the next step, which is sound design. Oh my gosh. Sound design is half of the entire video. When it comes to sound, you want to meticulously and very carefully select sounds and layer those sounds in a way that complement your visual story. I'm talking about ambient sounds, crisp clicks and ticks that amplify key moments. It's about crafting an audio landscape that pulls the viewer deeper into the experience and gets them ready for the very next step, which is probably the most important step of this entire video, the music. Oh my gosh, the music. Music selection is crucial. I can't express how important music is when it comes to these videos. It sets the tone and sets the mood for the entire video piece. We're looking for tracks that resonate with our visual narrative, enhancing whatever story that we're telling. You can use music bed, sound cloud, whatever it is, but I just use whatever music that truly speaks to you and speaks to the video that you're creating. It's like looking for a perfect wine that pairs very nicely with the visual meal that we're creating. You're looking for something to complement and elevate the entire experience. And look at that. We have a very delicious dish that we've created sitting right in front of us. It's time for us to eat. So stop watching this and go make a video. See you on the next one.
Are you interested in starting your own faceless YouTube automation channel, but all people do is tell you to go to frickin' 5?
I entered my 30s being broke. I lost my long-term relationship. I had no direction. I had a shitty job. I was unhealthy and I didn't like myself. So if there was a loser award of the year, I felt like I would have been a good candidate. As someone who always did well at school, at university, when I graduated university, a lot of people had a lot of expectations for me. And when I turned 30s, I looked around, I felt like I was so behind. I felt so embarrassed and I felt like the window of opportunity for me to make a good life for myself was closing in quite quickly. And that good life that I always dreamed of was never gonna happen for me. And if you're watching this video, maybe you're feeling like that too. I don't know why, but everywhere I look, especially in the past decade, it seems like there is this narrative that if you haven't made it by 30s, actually if you haven't made it by 19, then you're pretty much considered some sort of a loser. As I am now soon to enter my 40s, I look back into my last decade and I realized there was so many things that I learned from it. And my hope for this video is if you're watching this feeling down and feeling like you have accomplished nothing in life, then I hope this video will inspire you to take action and to give you a little bit of comfort, because the truth of the matter is, it is never too late. Everything that you ever want in life is out there for the taking, and they can be yours too if you approach them the right way. The truth is, no one has all their lives figured out. We are all figuring things out as we go. I was watching Ali Abdaal's video the other day, and he gave very valid reasons of why we might feel lost in our life. We're feeling lost because we don't know where to go, we don't know where we are, and we don't know the path to get there. So when you feel like you haven't got everything together, it's most likely because you're feeling any one of these or a combination of these, while when you look at other people, it seems like they know exactly where they're heading and where they are. So when you look at it very subjectively like this, there is a hope for us. I'll be talking about, from my personal experience, how I figured some of these out and how you can do the same too. But first, I want to say that actually when you feel like you haven't got it all together at any age, and especially in your 30s, it is actually a good thing. I'm sure you know someone who, although how many decades have passed, every time you speak to them, they are an exact same person as the last decade. So in another word, they haven't changed one bit. And I talked about this before. There is a fine line between being content with your life and being complacent. And a lot of times people don't realize that something is missing or they need to change, not because they are content, but rather because they are complacent with where they are. So if you feel a bit lost, or you feel like something is missing and you haven't got it all figured out, consider that a good thing. Consider that an opportunity for you to take action, do something and change. Another angle that we can look at this is an average life expectancy of the world is 70 years old. Can you imagine how boring life would be if you've got every single thing figured out by the age of 30 and nothing changes after that? You know, every one of us has been taught that we need to go to school in order for us to be successful or to do something. We need to go to university and graduate so we can be successful, do something. We need to find someone to have a couple of kids with, and then buy a house, and then after all that, you then live happily ever after. But life is rarely like that. And the sooner you realize that there is no fixed pattern in life and everyone just has different timeline and their own path, the better it is going to be for you. What we've been taught isn't necessarily how we need to live our lives, and there's something else out there for us to figure out as an individual, and know that it is possible, very possible, to turn your life around even though you mess up individual, and know that it is possible. I entered my 30s being broke. I lost
Let me try.
If your internet search history looks anything like mine, you've probably heard of the term third place. It's not a bronze medal. It's where, according to sociologist Ray Oldenburg, people spend time between home, the first place, and work, the second place. They are locations where we exchange ideas, have a good time, and build relationships. The third place has been aptly compared
I don't know if you personally see a difference between world building and lore, you've never thought about it before, or you just rather experience your process than apply labels to it, which is valid, but the way I see it, and I'm not the first to make this delineation, world building is much more expansive. It is a writer's eye view on the world as a whole. It is an act. It is the doing.
The doing, yes. Yes, the doing.
Then there's lore. The very definition of the word infers a sense of mystery, and that is because we are introducing a barrier to knowledge. It is a singular perspective, not objective truth. That information could be skewed. There is a lot more uncertainty, a belief. It could be wrong. It could only be half right. It's how the concrete world building you have is exposited. The unraveling of your world as your characters see it, and by extension, the reader. So essentially, it's what frames the entirety of the world building. If world building is the sun, then lore is the lens that focuses it. But why do I make it a point to differentiate the two? And why do I focus more on one over the other? Well, the first part of it has a little something to do with how you world build in the first place. Do you just love building a world and so you do, and then maybe try to find a story in that world when just comes to you? Or do you explore the story first and follow whatever world building thread that pops up, before eventually solidifying and expanding afterwards? Story or world first? It's a cosmetic difference, right? No major advantage either way. Yet it's still very important, however, to this whole world building and lore discussion. It's basically architects versus gardeners, but specifically for the world. Because you're an architect for your plot and story doesn't necessarily mean you'll do as much planning for your world building. I sit squarely in the middle. It's different for every piece, but stories usually start from a character for me. I'll build around them, then thoroughly plan out and dive into the story when I feel comfortable writing in that world. Then just come up with whatever else my world needs on the fly and pat it down to fit with everything else. That being said, architects for the stories usually tend to be architects for the world as well, and vice versa. Gardeners will dive into the story immediately they fall in love with a central concept or idea. Not a single plan in sight because they're insane and they scare me. But since they're already in the story when they come up with any piece of world building, it's colored by at least one perspective. It's always lore, always biased information painted from that character's point of view, only coming up when it's relevant. You're writing and world building on the fly, and you may make notes, but most of it is done afterwards. And even though I lean more towards the other half, it's not without its flaws. If you plan the information about your world beforehand, you have a tendency to convey that information wholesale, because it's there, you know it. I always urge writers to study their process. Everyone has a unique pipeline they run their work through, and the more you understand that process, the more you can streamline. The easier it is to integrate parts from other people's process, and the more repeatable it is. Again, every writer and every piece is going to be different. It's about finding your core storytelling tools. Thinking about it this way might be antithetical to your mode of operation, but at the end of the day, it's your prerogative. Having experimented with both styles, front-loading is more prone to that info dump problem I just mentioned, but backloading the world building leaves me with a draft that only contains what is necessary for the plot, which first left me with the question, why is that a bad thing? You don't want the story bloated with unnecessary world building, but at the same time, the moment anyone dives below surface level, there's nothing there. But it brings me back to lore. Whether your world building revisions are mostly additive or reductive, when there is a happy medium, seamless harmony between the core world building that needs to be exposited and the concepts on the fringes, to me that's the mark of great world building. It's tricky, but nailing that means there's as much depth as anyone wants to see, and that is where a world starts to feel lived in. That being said, I found I prefer barely enough world building rather than too much. I've said world building is the sun and lore is the lens that focuses it, but that metaphor is actually just the iceberg theory. We don't need or need to do another explanation, but that 10% that's peeking out of the water is the lore of your world, the part your characters and readers actually interact with and color with their own perspective. The other 90% below the surface, the part they barely see, that's the rest of the world building you have. Again, you want both, but the reason I say I prefer a world that gives me less instead of more is because of curiosity and mystery. 10% is just an arbitrary number I picked that depends on the story. It's usually more for larger stories, styles that thrive off logical consistency, harder worlds. But you're still not going to show a majority of the world building you've come up with. One, because the more information you want to convey, the more skillful you need to be to not have the prose be the clunkiest thing ever written. And two, readers are smart. They're going to infer, they're going to make connections and come up with theories. I actually haven't gotten into Soulsborne games as much as I'd like, but from what I understand, they're very much styled like this. Letting the player discover the story with bits and pieces of information. Very interactive and collaborative world building. Or random, this Batman short story from the Gotham Knights animated movie that's really fun. It paints a picture with flashbacks and retellings using these kids in a Gotham skate park to portray the Cape Crusader as this urban legend. Completely different every time, and you slowly we get an inkling of what's actually happening. Not everyone is going to love how much you have to dig to get the story. Of course, preferences are going to be different, so write the story you want to write, but I've also never heard a reader go, yeah, I just love this writer spelling out every single nuance of their world in excruciating detail like I'm a 2-year-old. Nobody wants to be spoon-fed, even babies. Again, the plot your story covers is probably going to interact with a small part of the world, and maybe loosely touch on the others. Showing the entirety of those other parts is just you going, hey, look at all this cool extra world building I did. And don't look at me, I agree with you, it is cool world building. But I've talked about how writers create immersive worlds before, and a huge part of it, to me at least, is figuring out where you draw the line for how much to give. How much room you allow the reader's imagination to run wild versus how much you choose to lay out for them. You learn by doing. But I'm currently in the middle of brainstorming a sci-fi short story, and my shorts process is much more messy and visual, which makes Milanote fantastic for it. I pretty much have a digital whiteboard where I can just brain dump whatever ideas get me excited to write the piece. I can also start working on the story structure, and there are templates for that, though I like to create my own, which it perfectly allows. I also collect notes for research, and this is great for that. I can pair those notes with the right images, which just leads to even more inspiration. Collages, mood boards, character sheets, if you're a visual thinker, this is pretty awesome. The story kind of takes place on a spaceship wreck, and I moodboarded the different sections, which help me plan out different scenes. And it's not just limited to me as a writer, any creative endeavor is game, honestly. Photography, illustration, video making, I'm actually trying to integrate this into my YouTube ideation process as well. And you can easily share your boards if it's a collaborative project. I recommend giving Milanote a test run at least. It's completely free, no trial period, experiment with your next creative project. Link is in the description, and thanks to Milanote for sponsoring this video. But back to the topic at hand, if showing everything is not ideal, it immediately begs the question, what exactly do you show, and how do you show it?
We're told that success is all about making it on your own. But the truth is, nothing great gets done alone. That's why there's Shopify. Starting a business is an act of hope. For exchange, for community, for a better tomorrow. These days, your friends, your community, your customers are not just down the hall. They are all over.
The former half of that question largely depends on what is necessary. Okay, maybe necessary isn't the right word. There's no clear divider between what is and what isn't. That's why finding that line is so difficult. A better way to phrase it, I think, is what is essential to understanding the story. Every other world building concept after that can elevate the story, and I don't want to say they're not important, but they don't take precedence and can impact the story negatively in excess. How much of a backseat varies across the spectrum of fantasy and its subgenres. Hard fantasy is going to get more leeway for this stuff than contemporary fantasy. My 2 cents, don't worry about genre too much. Again, write the story you want to write. But how much of what is being shown is dependent on the writer, their process, the story in question, the genre? I think it's about time I drop a fat, writing is subjective. That being said, aspects of world and setting I would deem essential to understanding the story are simply concepts that drive conflict. Technology, cultural diversity, magic systems, even story building concepts like red herrings and plot devices. It's actually pretty common that world building concepts affect the story as plot devices. Like tropes, plot devices aren't inherently negative, it depends on the execution. Technically, everything is a plot device. It's all fabricated to work exactly how the story wants. Readers only tend to notice when it doesn't work. How fabricated it feels though is going to depend on how well you use storytelling tools, setup and payoff and the like. The babblefish in The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy could easily be the most contrived thing ever, especially since the whole story kind of relies on it to work. This universal communication device, or creature rather, that you put in your ear and can understand every single language, but it's attached to other world building concepts, fits the tone of the story, and never contradicts its own laws, and so it works. But remember, I said how vast and lived in a world feels is very dependent on how seamlessly it transitions between the parts that interact with the larger plot and the parts that don't. That trickle-down effect is something I've discussed before, with a handful of concepts trailblazing and offshoots sprouting their own lore. A lot of storytellers actually world build like this, almost like a skill tree in a video game expanding, and oh look at that, it's the iceberg again. The further along the skill tree we go, the more you expand your world beyond those core interactive components, the less they matter to the overall plot. That's kind of why they're beneath the water. I'm mixing and matching metaphors again, which means it's time to look at a concrete example in Dune. Major world building corners in Dune are 1. The economy of planets and resource management, political houses, as well as religious and cultural groups. Step down a level, more refined, more detailed, and we have the desert planet of Arrakis, the Spice Melange, House Atreides, and House Harkonnen, Harkonnen, the Bene Gessereks, the Fremen. Another step lower and we get the Sandworm, the Mentats, minor houses, and it keeps going and going. But if you've ever read Dune, like a lot of stories, the less impactful elements are not quite irrelevant to the story as a whole. Those world building elements that are in the transition zone and on the fringes might not matter as much to the plot, but they can still affect a lot. These elements add to the tone, enhance themes, characterize. Characterization is so sweet when it's done well. Again, excess can breed negative impact, but you can pretty much justify anything if you characterize it through a point of view. The First Law trilogy is fantastic at this. It is so packed with incredible character work. Their personalities just leap off the page and color the entire narrative. You barely even notice the world unraveling in front of you. You don't just hear about the savage Northmen living in the lawless, frigid wasteland. Instead, you get the perspective of a character whose life has been dyed in blood and the creature they've had to become to survive that place. As much as we like to geek out about this stuff, the characters and the narrative will almost always be the drivers. Understanding that means you can put your cool little world building in the passenger seat and ferry them off. I mean, if you're gonna spoon feed me, do the damn airplane first at least. And we've already started to touch on the latter half of this question. How do you deliver that essential information? Characterizing isn't the same as using a character to info dump, but making that information be of narrative significance to the character. Avoiding maiden butler dialogue is actually pretty common advice. Characters talking about things they already know for the sake of the audience.
Hey maid, as you know, the master is out today.
And as you know, Butler, he most likely snuck out to meet his mistress again.
And as you know, the lady of the house is not going to like that.
Nobody wants to be spoon-fed. But let's say this information is actually pretty relevant to the plot. Let's apply our characterization cheat code and see the difference.
The master's out again.
Mistress?
Mistress.
That man. Oh, the lady's going to be hitting the liquor tonight.
4 lines of dialogue and we know the master's out, cheating is a regular occurrence, it's not a secret, staff has a little disdain but mostly indifference, and they are wary of how wifey chooses to deal with it. Everything being revealed affects a character in some way, paints a picture of them. And ideally, it would be done in a way that's natural to the context of the scene.
Explain it all to me, now!
These guys are gossips and they probably cross paths in the kitchen rather than randomly telling each other information they're already supposed to know. Environmental details also just weave that lore in there naturally and subtly. Show don't tell is a writing mantra at this point and I have my gripes with it, but it's mostly good advice. Neon lights and cybernetics at every corner, people would rather escape to a virtual reality, aircrafts weaving through giant sardine-packed skyscrapers. We immediately understand dystopian cyberpunk world. Again, readers are going to pick up on stuff. They're going to build wonder and curiosity, and the more you lay out for them without crossing that spoon-feeding threshold, the higher that curiosity is going to grow and the more you can feed them. It's actually like the Batman story I talked about earlier. You get a little more information each time from the different perspective of the kids. You know it's just a billionaire in a batsuit who needs a lot of therapy, but the very short runtime manages to pique enough curiosity to make you wonder what's actually going on with this villain he's fighting all over the city. As for the little world building tidbits that are just fun and have no real bearing on anything aside from tone and atmosphere, but you just want to add them anyway, that's okay, as it naturally comes up in the narrative. Meaning, if you're telling me about how the Cobalt Bank, for instance, controls the finances of this world, and I'm actually intrigued and hooked because it affects the story, it might not be the best place to mention the cool flora and fauna. Might be the place to drop how the currency coin splits up to form change and can magnetize back together. But leave the cool flora tidbit to the assassination scene with a toxicologist. Hope the ball is rolling. World building is great. It is necessary, and though daunting, it can be an incredibly fun process. And maybe you don't follow everything I said, maybe you don't agree with some of it, maybe your process is wildly different. There are always exceptions, but how that world building is delivered will almost always take precedence and can make or break the story. A deeper discussion into how authors create immersive worlds is available in this video right here. But that's it from me. Okay, bye.
Want to become an amazing content creator? You should use motion arrays, templates, motion graphics, presets, plugins, music, SFX. Of course you don't have to.
think by far this is the most disgusting shit of this experience, bro. Like, what is this?
Alright, y'all, so we got the 2024 TikTok money glitch, man. No, this shit is not like the ATM money glitch. It's a big ass difference, bro. If y'all remember the AI money glitch on TikTok when people was eating hot dogs.
For all the Glizzy soldiers. Sin, thank you for the galaxy. We've been discussing.
Doing all that weird AI shit on TikTok Live. It's kind of like that, bro. You most definitely can make the same amount of money if you missed out on that opportunity. If y'all was not doing the AI shit, bro, on the live, y'all missed out, man. Niggas was making bank off that shit. So boom, this is how I was able to quit my 12-hour shift job at Amazon. I'm gonna tell y'all what I did first. First, I made 3 accounts in December, right? This is not including my personal account. I made a clip page account where I posted T-Banks, Costinat, you know, streamers like that, man. So boom, that was my first account. My second account was when I made a story page. It was when I got Minecraft gameplay clips, I got an AI voiceover, and then I had made up an interesting story that I got off Reddit, right? My third page, it was my live account where I had unlimited content because I was promoting all my YouTube videos on that page. My fourth TikTok account that I made, it was a motivational page. You know them pages that shows motivational content with the AI voiceover, with Lambos and shit? So yeah, y'all, my story page got over 11,000 and my motivational page though, but that motivational content page got over 27,000 followers, y'all. I started posting at least 3 to 5 times a day for the next 30 days. That's what you have to do, bro. If you're posting quality content like that, you have to think, bro. You cannot just post content about yourself. Let me give y'all an example real quick. So if I was to go buy a Hellcat right now, right, and expect that to get views, no. I guarantee a Minecraft gameplay clip with AI voiceover giving an interesting story will get way more views than that. You have to understand. Watch time, bro. TikTok pays off of watch time just like YouTube. If you can keep somebody intrigued with a bigger niche, you gotta think, a young black man buying a Hellcat, yeah, some people gonna care. A lot of motherfuckers not gonna care. But a 10-year-old ranging from a 90-year-old laying in the fucking bed, they will watch my interesting story with an AI voiceover in a Minecraft gameplay clip. If the story is interesting, I guarantee you that will get 1 million views. You know how I know? Because I did that shit before, bro. That video got over 500,000 views, bro. One of my other videos got 1.2 million. Y'all gotta do the math, bro. What is 1 million views, right? If you get 1,000 views on TikTok, TikTok is paying about 50 cents to $1 per 1,000 views. So if you get 1 million views and you divide that by 1,000, y'all let me know how much that shit adds up, bro.
Alright, so boom, I'm gonna give y'all a real in-depth tutorial. Well, I ain't gonna show y'all how to edit, but I'm gonna show y'all what is the method. I'm gonna give y'all a blueprint, right? So boom, you wanna go to Google, you wanna type in sad death scary Reddit story. You wanna click on the first one, right? Y'all can literally do this while y'all is listening to this video, even if you're on the phone. So you wanna scroll down. Alright, so boom, you see this one? My lifelong friend stood up for a female and whatever. Try to get, so boom, you wanna copy this, right? Copy that. Head over to Safari and go over to this website and go to Google and type in text to speech. You want to go to what is it? Natural Reader. Go to Natural Reader, paste your text or the story. Boom. I think they're gonna try to charge you, so screen record. I can't screen record because I'm already screen recording, obviously. So screen record YouTube. Boom. Head over to YouTube, gang. Get some Minecraft parkour. People love Minecraft. I don't know why. Minecraft and Roblox. I don't know why, my nigga. You gotta get you gotta do what's trending, gang. I ain't gonna lie. Don't question it. Just do it. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, nigga. So boom. Go to Minecraft, or you can get some GTA clips. I like GTA. So boom. After that, you wanna go to CapCut, gang. Look. You wanna go to CapCut. This is a video I already did. I'm not gonna show y'all how to edit. If y'all want me to make another video on how to edit, I will do that. But I'm not finna make this video too damn long. It's not a video on how to edit. This is the video on how to fucking make money, my nigga. So boom.
About who's considering leaving their day job to do something more interesting so you can learn from my mistakes. But before I get to that, I want to tell you how it all went down. So my pixel art journey started in high school. I was a pretty okay artist already, but I could only draw things from images, kind of like a human printer. I couldn't make anything original for the life of me. I also had no experience with color at all, so I thought pixel art would be a good way to learn both skills since a pixel art drawing can be done very quickly. I could just pump them out as fast as possible. So I had this old book of 500 drawing prompts laying around, and I decided to do one each day and post them on Instagram. The prompt would say something like tree, and I had to think of something to draw for it. At first the drawings were just images that I kinda hand copied in pixel art, but I slowly began to feel more comfortable and began learning new tricks. I was learning when to use different types of outlines, the importance of contrast, and how to draw Shrek. All the essentials. After 500 days of constant drawings, I felt pretty good at it. Now the whole time I was also doing commissions and working on little game projects that never really went anywhere. I tried making this gladiator game where you fight in an arena and can build walls during the fight, but the code got too messy. I also tried making this game where you play as a slime that swings tools using momentum, but I didn't get very far with it. After posting more drawings, I eventually graduated college, abandoned my morals, and started my day job at a military defense contractor as an electrical engineer. I was basically a cog in a huge company with a questionable purpose. And that's when my existential dread started to kick in. Would I just be doing this until I'm 65, going to meetings, filling out reports, and probing circuits for the rest of my life? Now there are definitely worse fates, but I feel I was born to create and share. I want to have a more meaningful, direct impact on people's lives and provide something that brings joy, much like the hundreds of games I've grown to love that have shaped who I am as a person. My humor, how I solve problems, and how I socialize with my friends are all shaped by the games I've played, and I want nothing more than to have a similar impact on others. So I decided to focus and make a game that would free me from my sealed fate, Isle Goblin. For 2 years, I would come home from my 8-hour shift and work on the game for 4 to 6 hours, almost non-stop. If I ever felt like not working, I'd just think about being in a cubicle for the rest of my life and I'd be instantly determined. But after 2 years, the game kinda sucked. I was doing this weird turn-based concept at the time and it was all a bit of a mess. But on the positive side, I was selling art prints pretty well and was getting more art commission requests than I could handle. I crunched some numbers and realized that if I left work, I could make enough money with pixel art to stay afloat. I talked to a manager at work who I trusted and he told me that I should give it a shot so that I don't have any regrets later in life, and that they'd hire me back anytime if it didn't work out. So I left, and for about 8 months, I sold art prints, stickers, and commissions and tried to squeeze in time for my game, which I restarted. It was fun for a few months, but there were 2 big issues. Number 1, the commissions took forever. I was making enough money, but some days I'd spend 10 or 12 hours just doing commissioned art pieces. I began to resent pixel art a bit, and it was super taxing and intensive work. With the engineering stuff, if I mess up and take too long, I just tell my boss I made a mistake and fix it the next day. But with art, if I take more time on something, I just have to stay up later to get it done on time. Then the second issue, I didn't have time for my game. I was spending so much time on regular pixel art that I ended up with even less time for the thing I loved most in the first place. So after about 8 months, I decided it was time to go back to a nice stable income so I'd be able to work on my game in peace. It wasn't an easy decision, but I think it was a good move for me. So here's my advice to anybody who may be thinking about doing something similar. Make sure that if you really get to the point where the money works out, only do it if you think you could really do it for 12 plus hours a day without losing your mind. I think I could do that with making games, but not with just pixel art. So that's my new goal. I'll hopefully get to the point where games make enough money to do them full time, but we'll see. I'm trying not to be too delusional about my odds. Indie games can be a tough market. But yeah, in my situation, keeping my day job for the stable income works best for me so I have more time for game stuff, but I recognize that everybody's situation is different. I'm curious if any of you are in a similar boat or maybe have done or are considering doing something similar. Let me know in the comments down below or even hop in the Discord and at me. I'd love to hear some other perspectives. So that was all about a year ago now. Since then, I've moved to a nicer company that does proton-based cancer treatment. It's a little more wholesome than a company that makes fighter jets, and I get to work on a particle accelerator that accelerates protons really fast and shoots them into people to destroy tumors in gigantic rotating rooms, which is pretty futuristic and cool. I'm at least content while I try my best to achieve my goals, and I think that's all I can ask for. But now that I've blabbed about my pixel art background and why I ended up going back to work, I want to show you the game and some of the things I've worked on. Now for anyone new here, I've been thinking of my game as kind of a blend between Stardew Valley and Terraria. You'll go out and explore for resources, slay the humans invading your island, fight bosses, and then come back to rebuild your town and socialize with the other goblins.
Discover customer service. This is Maya.
Oh, hi, Maya. You robots are sounding more human every day.
Oh, I am.
Straight up parasite, bro. I think I missed the bottom. Oh boy, that's nasty.
Okay then guys, welcome back to another video. There's a different tone in this video. I want to get a few things across, but first I'll just mention if you want to get our course, life setup, framing, body language, marathon mindset, attracting women, etc. All the stuff I can't talk about really on YouTube. The link is below. You can do 5 monthly installments as well, £14 a month, so I've made it accessible to everyone. There's going to be something big coming off the back of life setup as well, so if you're in the course, I'll reveal it to you guys. It's a game changer for this industry. Never been seen before. Nothing even close to it. In terms of kind of men's groups, you know, everyone's got a men's group. We're doing something astronomical that I will only mention. I'm not trying to sell this to you either. I'm not trying to trick you guys. It's a live setup course. It's a live setup thing that we're doing. It makes so much sense to keep it in-house in that group. So I'm mentioning something in there soon, which is I think it's gonna change the game completely. No, like this industry has never seen anything like what we're trying to achieve here. It's yeah, it's groundbreaking. Like streaming platform's still a massive thing for us, which is also linked below if you want to watch all the stuff on there. There's one show which is free. Streaming platform is massive, but what we're working on at the moment is just like, what the hell? Like when this comes together, like the production quality we're doing right now as well, you guys are going to be blown away. I promise. Some of the videos leading up to it, like this is like some proper like billionaire takeover of a football club. It looks like that. Trust me. I had another meeting today about it for like an hour. It's huge. We got some serious players, like some of the biggest people in the UK that want to be involved. They want to at least meet with us. They want to talk with us. You wait. You guys are going to be blown away. You've never seen anything like this, so keep an eye on it. If you want to get our supplements, I think it's the best supplement ever in the men's industry. I've been in this industry a while. I've seen how rubbish most people's supplements are. I've cut 0 corners on it. You guys know the reviews, never had a bad one. Free shipping worldwide and 10% discount if you subscribe monthly, okay, which a lot of people are doing. Now, to the important part of this video, okay? And all those links are below, by the way. So, I want to talk about the brainwashing of men under 30. Now, I had a really nice call earlier with a woman who is, I guess she would describe herself as an orgasm coach, I think. Oh, that's on her YouTube. We're doing 2 separate documentaries together. She's going to be featured, okay? Lovely woman. And we got onto the topic of the men's industry and stuff. And I was really saying to her, one thing that I want to get back to is like tapping into why we all started, to improve men's lives. And this is the one thing, you know, I spoke to you guys a second ago about the astronomical thing that's coming, the life setup thing. Like that's what that is. It's to change your lives. It's to give you something that is maybe 10 years away, that is maybe £4 million worth away for you right now, and we're going to be able to give it to you for basically nothing. Okay, it's when this happens, you guys are going to just be like, shit, thanks, Chris. And this is what I want to get back to, is doing stuff like this for you guys. And this is why I wanted to make this video, because when we had that chat earlier, she really reminded me of like why I began. And where I was at a certain age, where I was at a certain time in my life. And I'm seeing young guys now, and I truly believe a lot of you have just been brainwashed by the media, by social media, by I think women have been brainwashed too, and that's resulted in them brainwashing men by accident. It's not their fault. Like, they've just been told a certain narrative, they've been shown certain things in shows. They then create demands which most men can't keep up with. And this video is going to mainly focus on just the men's side of things and more mental health. And as I go through it, I don't care if this takes an hour and a half. We're all going to sit here and I'm just going to chat to you guys because this needs to be spoken about. Now, you know, a big contributor to male depression, men feeling sad, being down, just not being optimistic, is the way that the media is portraying the average man. How they're portraying them in movies, how they're being portrayed on social media. Like, the world that we've created now, it gets people down. And the one thing that I had, and I think my greatest strength when I was young, when I had nothing, was optimism. I was able to look at stats and statistics. I was able to clearly, with a clear-eye view, just look around at the worlds surrounding me and go, oh, this is how I came up with the male advantage. I just looked around at the world. I literally just observed. I just looked at the world through optics. Okay, all the guys that seem to be doing... Okay, right, great. Tick, tick, tick. Like, I was able to figure the world out by just looking at it. And I'm seeing something now which is so disappointing, is that most young guys are disheartened. They don't realize what they have at their fingertips. When I was young, I was able to analyze all of this and see what was in front of me. And I could see the potential for my own life. You know, I recently made the video on my facial changes. You guys might have watched it. There was a time, and if you go back far enough, they're still on this channel, when I was making search hollow cheeks. First man hollow cheeks. There were videos years ago where I had a fat face and I was talking about hollow cheeks. And all the comments were, this guy's talking about it, but he doesn't have it. This is like, what a hypocrite. And I was like, but that's not the point. The point is I know how to do it, so I'm going to do it, and it's all going to come together. You know, the point about the male advantage was, oh, this guy's just coping. And I was like, yeah, but I know what to do. And I think knowing what to do and knowing what's the prize and what's in place is 99% of the battle. Put it this way. If you think you're good at sports, and I had this when I was young, I was like, I think I'm pretty good at football, but I don't know. I was like, I haven't played against everybody, the Brazilians, the whatnot. We went to... There's a few times in my life, I'll tell you one. We played against Aston Villa Academy, one of the best academies in the country, and everyone was saying to me at school, you're going to get smashed. I bet they're going to be so good. They're going to be the best players in the country and whatnot. I bet they're amazing. You're probably going to lose 10-0, and I was like, yeah, maybe. Like, these kids are going to be sick. We won 3-1. I scored 2 and assisted 1. We played against Swindon Town the following week. We won 4-1. I scored 1, assisted 2. And some of the coaches, Aston Villa coach wanted to sign me, but the distance was too much back then. They had a 90-minute rule. You couldn't travel too far from your school. And Swindon wanted to sign me, but they were changing coaches. And it was like validation. I went home that night and I was like, I'm good enough to play in the Premier League. I know Swindon weren't in the Premier League, but I think they were second division at the time, and Aston Villa were Premier League. And I was like, I'm good enough to do this. Especially as my birthday was August the 28th, so I was like the youngest in the team. I was like, I'm good enough. I've got this. Like, I'm as good as the kids that are playing for Premier League academies. Like, I could make this. I had things happen throughout your life and whatnot, but it was validation. It's the same when I went sparring. I was like, oh, I'm not a million miles away here. That's the key. That is the fucking key. Write that down, guys. That just excited me, because this is what I used to say to myself, and I still say it today. You guys know I do. When I do like stream platform stuff, I'm like, we're not a million miles away from Netflix. That's all I need to hear. That is all I need to hear on anything that I'm doing. We are not a million miles away from the top industry standards. You know, the camera that they use, or used for Creed 3 and Top Gun Maverick, was the Venice. Well, they're bringing out a camera called the Burano. Alex was telling me it's only 25 grand, and it's pretty much going to be the same as the Venice, but smaller. So straight away for 25 grand, we've got industry standards, the top standards level camera work. Now, lighting will be different and whatnot, I get it, but you're using basically the same camera that Hollywood's using. We're not a million miles away from Netflix. Do you see what I mean? My whole life I've done this to myself. I've given myself hope. Now here's the point of the video. When I was younger, I looked into statistics. I looked at how much the average man was making. I looked at what the top 1% were earning. I looked at stats and figures, and people say, oh, you got to be over 6 foot and all this stuff and whatever. And like, granted, I'm 6'2", but I would look at things like that and be like, it's such a small percentage of people. Like, all of these stats and figures, the top earning men, the top 1%, I was like, it's not that high. I'm not a million miles away. I'd always think that. I'd look at the top in-shape guys, and I was like, naturally, I'm not a million miles away from that. Do you know what I mean? I'd always look at it and be like, I'm probably 5 or 6 years natural, 1 testosterone cycle or something of being away from like that guy who's at the top of the industry. I'd always rationalize stuff like that. You guys don't have that belief anymore. And I don't believe it's your fault, because I believe, you know, if you're on a channel like this, you're watching a video like this, you probably are quite an ambitious, optimistic person. The modern man now, the youngest men, like 30 and under, I believe they've been brainwashed by the media. I think a lot of you believe that there's millions of 6 foot plus, handsome, in-shape multi-millionaires walking around who are well-dressed. And I'm telling you right now, they don't really exist. And do you know how this has come about? I think the media have brainwashed women. And look, this is an anti-women video, and I'm not blaming women. They've brainwashed both of us, but I think the media has brainwashed women. And we've seen, as much as I shit on these YouTubers and these podcasts and whatnot, and I say that they just unfairly call women out, I think they have highlighted one thing that you could not say isn't true, which is that women do, and look, I think men are in the same boat. I think we have a delusional mind, but I think women do definitely have a level of delusion that they didn't used to have. My mum's era didn't have this. My mum's era were like, he's a good guy. Whereas I think a lot of modern women now, because of the media and the way they've been brainwashed, films, movies, whatnot, they're developing crushes, or their reality is built off what they're watching or what they're seeing on social media. And it's like, that doesn't exist in the real world. That 6'5", handsome, in-shape millionaire with the Ferrari doesn't exist. Yeah, I'm sure he exists somewhere in the world. Do you know what I mean? But you're not going to meet him. You just, how many of them are there? It just doesn't exist. And I know this because, like, I'm 6'2", I make more than $500,000 a year because the charts only go up to a certain amount. I'm not married, I don't have kids, and I'm in shape. But do you know that's like top 0.001% of men? Like, do you know how rare that is? Like, and I look in the mirror and I'm like, you're all right. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm not blown away. I don't look in the mirror and go, that's Brad Pitt looking back at me. I see myself as a pretty normal guy. Like, not bad. Like, do you know what I mean? And it's like, that still is like, it's, put it this way, it's less than 0.1%. And that's not me tooting my own horn. That's just the statistics. There's not, like, this should be music to your ears. The fact that the majority of the world's population are obese. The fact that most guys don't even know what to do, number one. And when they figure out what to do, most guys still don't even do it. Like, think about it. I've got like 166,000 subscribers on here. How many are doing exactly what I'm telling them to do every single day? Probably a small portion. Around about 50,000 people watch every video, so we're already down to a third. Right, and how many of those people every day are doing what I'm telling them to do? These are the people that have already chosen to be ambitious, that are searching for this content. And even they're not doing it. Right, you go to any like, there's such a delusion in modern young men that, like, you say to people now, you should come to the gym with me. Oh, but everyone's in shape. And you get to a gym and you're like, everyone's fat. Like, most people here aren't in shape. Most people are average. And if they're not fat, they're just kind of skinny. It's just like 3 16-year-olds walking around with terrible body language, just like that, looking nervous to be there, which I congratulate them on being there. Well done. You know, you got to build yourself up somehow. I always try and encourage these guys. But they come in like groups of 3s and 4s, and they're skinny as hell. And then you've got the older guys who come on their own who are fat. And it's just like, there's such a small pool of guys that you look at and you go, that guy's jacked. Fair play. You know, in any gym that you're ever in, and I'll take my own gym, like, let's use my own gym, right, as the case study here. I've lived in this area for about 2 years. I've probably been to the gym about 500 times in those 2 years. Apart from myself, I have never seen a single man approach a woman. And the reason I mention that is because, and also I've never seen a single woman approach a man. Right, the reason I'm mentioning these two weird facts, I think a lot of guys are like, they're watching movies and they're like, I'm not the Lothario confident guy who's going over and being like, hey, like, I don't think anybody's like that. I think there's barely anybody who's got that level of skill. Most guys have to get drunk to do it. And I think we've got this delusion of like, I need to be perfect. I need to go over and say this one thing. And it's just like, where are you getting that from? Because I don't see anybody doing it. I don't see any like stud stood in the gym like you'd see in a movie, surrounded by 8 women and they're all going like that, just looking up at him. Did anybody else see that? Because I haven't seen it. Most people in normal life are just getting on with their lives. Most guys are pretty normal, are pretty average. Even like some top level guy, a pretty just normal guy. Do you know the top 1% of earners in the UK? It's 183,000 and above. Like, granted, it's a lot of money. It's about 15,000 per month. It's not a million miles away for a lot of people. It's not a crazy lifestyle. It's not a jet. It's not even close to a jet. It's not even close to a yacht. If you went and got a supercar, you'd be in trouble for a little while. It's about half your year wage. If you were to pay monthly, you know, you're probably looking at like a fifth. You're probably looking at like a fifth of your wage plus your rent. Like, not in trouble, but you're probably going to be down to after tax like 5 grand, 6 grand that you can actually spend on yourself. A lot of people go, that's a good life. Yeah, but it's not incredible. Do you know what I mean? If you're saving 6 grand a month, whatnot, like you're still looking at like 12 years to save up $1 million. Do you see what I mean, guys? That's the top 1% guys. There's a lot of delusion that's being created on YouTube as well, on social media in general. Like the roof, the ceiling for like, oh, I'm actually... Because I've had this myself. Like I was rising up, and I was like, it's not enough. I need more. You do an evaluation, you're like, I'm top 0.1%. What the fuck am I talking about? Now I'm ambitious. I want more. I want to keep pushing. Of course I do, but I want to do that for me. Like there comes a point, like how much further can you go? And I think there's so many guys out there that are like, I'm a loser. I'm on 30 grand a year. You know, I'm not in like crazy ripped shape. I don't have an 8-pack and massive pecs. You know, I'm low on confidence. It's like, you have no idea how high up the pecking order you actually are. Like, you're doing incredible, right? I encourage everybody to keep pushing, but I do think the media has created this just delusion. And it's overlapped into women, and I'll finish that point because I was missing that. I forgot to finish it, and I think you guys were probably waiting for it. But the podcast that I shit on and I say, like, they're annoying, they have done a grand old job of exposing that delusion. You know, and I'm not doing this to shit on women, like I said, but we've all seen the clips, and these are undeniable. There's questionable stuff on other things, but these are undeniable. When they ask women, what percentage of men do you think are over 6 foot, millionaires, and in shape, between the ages of 20 and 50? And they're like, I'd say about 30-40% of men. Like, we've all seen this, right? We don't need to go into detail and whatever. That level of delusion, how is that so different? Like, I'm telling you now, that guy is... And I know this for a fact because I've done the research. That man that I described is 0.001%. Like, he's less than 0.1%. Isn't that crazy? Like, people say top 1%. That guy is 0.1% and below. Depending on a few other factors and whatever. And for women to say that's top 30, like, there's around 20, 30, 40% of guys that have that setup. Don't you think that's crazy? And I'm not blaming them at all. I'm blaming the media, what we've created, social media. You know, that the way that... A lot of people are faking it, by the way, but everyone's kind of posting their best days. I think that's why when you post a video on something quite negative about yourself, or... Like, I think Jack posted a video recently about my first rejection that changed me. And as far as I could see at the time, it was doing really well with the views. People like that stuff because it humanizes you. But I think on social media, a lot of people have pumped themselves up. You know, a lot of people are getting themselves in flattering light, flattering angles, faking how much money they make by just turning it into dollars, you know, or doubling what they make. How can you prove it? If I was making 20k per month and I told you guys I was making 40, like, how can you prove it? It's roughly the same lifestyle. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's easy enough to do. So I think a lot of that is circulated into female minds, which has then given them this delusion of, I can get a guy 6 foot 6 figures 6 inches, and it's like, it's really rare, you know. It's really rare. Like, that's a top 1%, man. It's really rare. Like, are you sure? Do you know what I mean? Have you looked into this? And we've all seen the podcast, like I said, and it's shined light on it, where the women have gone, oh, damn, I didn't know that. And this is why I don't blame them. Because something's happened. I don't know whether it's these series, these movies, that social media in general, but it frames it as if there's millions of these guys walking around everywhere. And like I said, let's go back to the gym. I don't see any guys getting approached. Apart from myself, in the last 2 years, I've not seen a single other guy approach a woman. And when I do it, like, I'm not saying this for any particular reason, but when I do it, I notice guys just stop and stare. They watch. Because it's almost like, fuck me, this guy's inventing fire. I'd be way too scared to do that. Like, people don't do it. In London, I saw it a couple times, Toronto and stuff like that, but, like, you're talking about cities with 10 million people, and you still don't see it. And I just think men are putting too much pressure on themselves, and this is where a lot of, like, mental health issues are coming from. But to shine a positive light on that, and I'll jump back to the gym stuff in a minute, but I just want to get this point across, so I keep reiterating it throughout. Guys are under 30 are losing optimism. I've always said to you guys, it's my greatest strength. When everyone was saying, oh, cope, I didn't care. I was like, I've done the figures. I know where this is at. Our latest idea that we're trying to do, we're basing it off something else that's happened before. And me and my friend are sat there, and he's an ambitious guy, $250,000 per month, like at 28. Guy's a killer. And he's optimistic too, and he's like, we can do this easy. He was like, you'd be surprised how cheap that actually is. This is the mindset we have. This is why we've done well in life. But a lot of people just see these giant hurdles and I could never be as good as that guy. And you're like, buddy, it's not a million miles away. I'm telling you, it's a lot easier than you think. And I think that disheartening of men is the real destruction of men, especially under 30 years old. That lack of optimism, just disheartened about, oh, I'm not 6 foot tall. It's like, you have no idea how low the bar is. And it's getting lower every single year. Yeah, there's a gap opening up. The top 1% are just cruising forwards and everyone else is dropping behind. But that bar, the average bar, is lower than it's ever been. And I'm not talking about just attracting women and stuff like that. I'm talking about, like, in general, just passion for life. I'm talking about lifestyle, drive, going to the gym, you know, getting up early, reading books, learning languages. Like, the average guy now is so lazy you could not imagine. Guy's so lazy. It's ridiculous. Oh, sorry, guys. It's just absolutely ridiculous how lazy the average guy is now. I'm just checking my emails. Apologies. It's like, it's effortless. I wish I could get that across to you guys. I wish, like, I've shown you figures before, but trying to get that across is crazy. I've got so many notes on here that I want to go through, and I keep forgetting. I'll just read out some statistics. 63% of men under 30 are single. The guys who aren't have either met their girlfriend one of 4 ways. Right? So there's a lot of young guys that are like, oh, I'm single, nobody wants me and stuff like that. They're getting down and all this stuff. 63% of men under 30 are single. Okay, it's a vast majority. And the only guys that aren't, I truly believe, 1 in 4 situations. Now, there's outliers to the rule. There's the top level guys. But number 1, dating app after 200 rejections and failed talking stages. Do you want that? You know, do you want to sit there time after time? No. Oh, she ignored me. She didn't show up. Like, that's not a nice situation for that guy. He's just jumped through as many hoops as he could until somebody said, yeah, it's not a great situation. So you look at him with his beautiful girl and you're like, oh, I wish that... He's gone through absolute hell to achieve that, right? Number 2, they met at school or via a friendship group. 3, they met at work. Kind of have to be together. Number 4, they met drunk at a nightclub. So the point I'm making here, why am I telling you this? Because you think, young guy watching this, you think these guys are walking down the street alone and sparking up an intelligent conversation. They're like Hitch. They're coming up with a strategy. They're sharp. They're artistic. Do you know what I mean? They've got the silver tongue. No. Like, they're just not doing that. It's like one of those false scenarios. Most guys are petrified of their own shadow and they just got lucky once. It was just the right time. Oh, she's just been through a toxic relationship. She's looking for a nice guy. It's a lot of the situations. But guys under 30, 63% are single. Right, and there's guys out here that are getting depressed. They're getting down. They've got no optimism. When I was at my absolute worst, I was telling you guys, male advantage is coming. I'm putting the work in. You watch where I take this. I'm going to the very top. And it's like, today I'm in a situation where I'm probably 1 or 2 steps away from having everything I ever wanted. Like everything I ever dreamt of. And I'm going to have to come up with new goals and new dreams. It's, 5 years? Within 5 years, I've gone from just under average, just under the middle of the pack, like not doing great at all, to probably, I know I'm in a certain percentage that is high up, like I described. I don't want to go into detail. But if I pull off these next 2 steps, it's just, I was saying to my friend the other day, the 28-year-old who makes $250,000 a month, I was just like, statistically, we don't exist. I was like, when you do the maths, I was like, it's like 1 in every 10,000. I was like, you just don't exist. You're not going to come across that person. You know, it might even be more than that, but like it's like 1 in 10,000 roughly. You're just not going to come across that person. Like on an average day, you're just not going to come across them. Do you know what I mean? It's just, I just find that crazy because we haven't done anything too special. We weren't born special. We've put in a little bit of work and we all count. Like, here's the thing. My friend that I'm talking about there, Rob Lipsat, we've all spoken, we've all had conversations organically about the same thing. When me and Rob did the interview, which you can see linked below, the Male Advantage Journey on the Stream platform, Rob's one, it's free to watch, you can watch it now. And I think Rob actually says in that interview, he was like, have you looked at the statistics? He was like, the top 1% of men, he's like, it's not even that hard to achieve. And I was like, thank you. And this is what all the top level guys did. And I think what's happening to you guys in this era now is you're being discouraged early on. And that's the worst thing, because the only thing I had in the early days was optimism, was belief, was hope. Just sat there thinking, I think I can be better. I think the male advantage is real. Hey, turns out I was right. Great. But all these top level guys, all the guys that have made something of themselves, started where you are now, and they just went, oh, it's not that hard. I'm not a million miles away from that. Top 1% is 183,000 a year. Yeah, that's a lot of money, but shit, I feel like I could do that. And then they start doing the maths. They divide it down. So I just have to make how much per day? These are the guys that end up going, ooh, I could do this. That's been stripped away from all of you young guys now. And it's so disappointing. I don't know whether it's a result of a fatherless generation, which we're doing a documentary on, and I've got some ridiculous stats on that. Ridiculous. It's so sad. I might actually read through them now. Listen to this, guys. This is probably a big reason as to why a lot of young guys are just feeling terrible about themselves. 63% of youth suicides are from fatherless homes. 90% of all homeless and runaway children are from fatherless homes. 85% of youths in prison are from fatherless homes. Oh, that's awful. 71% of high school dropouts come from fatherless homes. 85% of children who exhibit behavioral issues come from fatherless homes. 71% of pregnant teenagers don't have a father in place. Fatherless children are twice as likely to drop out of high school, twice as likely to end up in jail, and 4 times as likely to need help for emotional and behavioral issues. How bad is that, guys? not having a father in the home, I think is causing a lot of this delusion as well. Because I would, there was times when my dad would set me straight. I love my mum to pieces, and she's got millions and millions of talents, and she's one of the greatest people that's ever existed on this planet. But there's one thing that your dad can do that your mum can't, is tell you to kind of shut the fuck up. Like, what are you talking about? You're as good as them. That kind of masculine attitude. I think that's what a lot of young guys have lacked. Any football pitch I went on, my dad was like, don't back down. You're as good as any of them on here. Just outwork them. They might have a good 20, 30 minutes. He was like, keep going. It's a 90-minute game. You just outwork them. Don't shy away. Don't back down. Don't be scared. Get stuck in from, let them know that you're there. First tackle of the game. Smash into them. It was that attitude. It was that competitive attitude of, oh, what, top 1% is that? I could do top 1%. I could get there. Oh, that guy's in shape. Well, what's he done? Oh, he gets up early. He goes to the gym for an hour. He eats clean and he sleeps early. Drinks a lot of water. Well, I could do that. Why can't I do that? Do you know what I mean? It was that sort of system in my head, and it was ingrained from my dad. I think based on those figures that we saw, a lot of you are grown up without father figures, older brothers, whatever, without a dad in the home. And I think the media's got a hold of you. I think it's tricked you. I think that's why this type of content is so addictive to you. I think this is why people like Conor McGregor are so addictive to you. Andrew Tate, you watch videos and you're like, oh my God, because it's like, I've never heard somebody speak like that before. I think this is what's affected so many young men in this generation. 30 and under, they've been brainwashed. They think they're not good enough. They think they're a million miles away. They could never do it. It's really bad. We need that optimism back. And like I said, here's a test for you guys. I want you to deploy this in your own lives. Stop. Whenever you feel like shit, and whenever you have a judgment, oh, I'm not good enough, whatever, stop and just look around at the world. Just next time you're in the gym, analyze. I was supposed to go back to that gym comment. Put it this way, I said, guys who are actually, this is crazy, it's almost an oxymoron. Guys who are in shape in my gym, maybe 5%. I'm talking, okay, that guy's jacked, he's lean, he's big, maybe 5%. And that's a gym. That's where people should be jacked and in shape. And it's 5%. It's 50% overweight and obese. It's just normal. It's what people do. Okay. So take that 5% of guys. How many of those have got a Ferrari in the car park? The best I've seen a G-Wagon and an Aston Martin in the car park of our gym. I've been going for 2 years. That's the best I've seen. You look around at all the cars and you're like, and look, this isn't me shitting on people. I'm looking at all the cars and I'm like, pretty average cars, pretty bog standard. Cars that anybody could afford. Do you know what I mean? The average wage in, you can translate this to America as well. I'm just using UK because I live here. I know it better. The average wage for a man in the UK is $32,000 a year. You divide that down, it's about $2,600 per month. You minus tax, national insurance, pension payments, and whatever. Things that are just standards like food bills, electricity, utilities, Wi-Fi, whatever, phone bill. You're looking at at most, best case scenario, this guy having $1,500 per month to spare. Let's say 1.8. This guy's got $1,800 to spare every single month. If his rent's £1,000, he's got £800 per month to spend on a lifestyle. There's not a lot you can do with that. Do you know what I mean? And again, that's not me shitting on that money and that lifestyle. It's good money. It gets you through life. You can do stuff with it. But if that's the average wage, what I'm telling you guys is there's going to be a lot of people, even the people that are above that are going to be in and around that range. And then you go into a higher tax bracket anyway once you get to around about 40-something thousand. I think it might be 45,000. So it's just people don't have a lot available anyway. It's I would say 70 to 80% of guys just don't really have enough money to take more than 2 holidays a year. Don't really have enough money to... They're probably saving about £1,000 per month. I don't know where this delusion's come from of this guy's better than me, he's a winner. A lot of this stuff's fake. When you get away from social media, when you realise that, these top dogs, these winners, these guys that are driving Ferraris and Lambos, whatever, when you realise, actually, I can count all of them on about 4 hands, You know, if you got your friends' hands and you count them all up, you probably get to like 18, 19, and then you'd be like, oh yeah, there's not really any more. Like, there's barely any in society, and that's a very unique job. Take out sports people, athletes, actors, and just leave normal human beings. There's barely any. Okay, and then you look at, like I said, the average wage of the average guy. So you've got this delusion where you're thinking everybody's doing this certain level of life and they're living this and you're not doing well and whatnot. And you're like, in reality, I'm probably like £400 a month away from that guy. Or, in reality, as I found out when I was growing up, oh, they're all making £2,500 a month or £2,000 a month, and they've got cars on finance. I was like, that's why they look like ballers. They're renting, they got a car on finance, they've got a watch on finance, and they've got like £300 spare a month. And I was like, shit. Oh, they're taking loans and stuff like that. Like, if something appears a certain way, it probably is. And this is my greatest strength as a guy who's 31 years old, who grew up with like VHS tapes, who grew up with, you know, the early stages of the internet, but the internet didn't exist when I was born. And at least in the fashion, do you know what I mean? I was born in 1992. So, with like a lot of this stuff I saw evolve. I saw it happen. I grew up in a place where it was slow to react to stuff as well. So I saw a lot of this stuff come together. And in my mind, I make decisions in this world based on logic, practicality, and optics. You know, what do they say? Believe nothing of what you hear and only half of what you see. I pretty much live by that. I question stuff. I look at it and I'm like, you're telling me this, but that can't be true. Do you know what I mean? It's like if I was a guy today who was 22 years old and I was down, I was like, everyone's better than me, I'm out of shape, I'm this, that, whatever. I would just look around and be like, oh, wait, what am I worried about? I'm so close to the top. This isn't that far away. Like, me and Alex, who films all the stream platform projects, I feel like I say that every video now. We were talking before about, like, if you're a guy who's in even half decent shape and you put on like a tank top, vest, short sleeve t-shirt, shorts, whatnot, and you look semi-jacked in summer, and, you know, maybe you got a bit of a tan, you walk down the street, and if you actually analyze it, you're like, oh yeah, like there is just nobody. Like the amount of looks if you're just walking down the street with a tank top on and you think you're in okay shape, like guys will be looking at you, girls will be looking at you, most people are old. Do you know what I mean? Like, in Europe in general, we've got an aging population. America's got an aging population minus immigration. Like, there's not many places in the world where it's like, oh, there's loads of young people and everyone looks great. Like, the majority of people don't look that great. And all you have to do is walk down the street and you go, I'm actually doing really well. Yeah, and I just think we've lost that in this era. And they'll always be ambitious, always push yourself. But that delusion that's been created by the media, the removal of optimism, the removal of belief that it's not a million miles away, that you're actually a lot closer than you think. That's what, you look at any of us, you look at anybody in this industry, any of your favorite fitness YouTubers, anybody who's driving like a supercar or whatnot, it's like they haven't done anything that you couldn't do yourself. A lot of it was good timing. Me and my friend today, we were talking about the guy who started Gymshark. And I think he was saying under 30, he's the only self-made billionaire that's left on the list. And we were like, fair play to him. Well done. Like, there's no hate there. But we were just like, it's good timing because he's not really done anything that special. Like, he's obviously made great decisions along the way and nobody else has done it. But the timing was just perfect. Gym culture was popping off, which, you know, could be the skill in itself. But even him as a billionaire, you're like, it's not a million miles away from what other people have done. Like, it's just, sometimes it's just good timing, a little bit of luck, and, you know, the right judgment. You met the right person at the right time. I think people see it as just like this impossible task. I can never achieve that. You know, I don't belong there. Like, where's your optimism gone? Because I just weigh it up and I used to just make notes. I used to do statistics. I used to draw it all up and I used to go, that's not that difficult. If I just get in shape, I jump to the top 20, 15% already. Okay, well, I'll just do that then. Do you know what I mean? It was like a practical way to break the world down because I was from a different era. I was from the era where if somebody said to me, he's quicker than you at running, I was like, well, race me then. Oh, and I won. Oh, he's tougher than you. Well, fight me then. Oh, and you're not tougher than me. You're a fanny. You know, and it was stuff like, oh, he's the best footballer in the town. And I was like, well, we'll see when we play each other. Oh, and turns out he's shit. Do you know what I mean? Like, he got exposed. I love doing that. I used to love doing that. When I was playing sports and stuff, just exposing people, being like, you're not as good as you said you were. You talked a good game, but you didn't really have it. I thrive on that. It's competition. I think a lot of you guys have lost that. But because I grew up with that idea in my head, when I see, oh, top 1%, when I see, oh, that guy's in great shape, I'm just like, well, let's see if I can do it too. Let's just see if I'm doing the same system as him. Why would I not get the same results? I think a lot of you guys have lost that, and it's a real shame. Like I said, you got this delusion of like every guy is 6'5", Lothario walking around with a 12-inch penis. Abs. Do you know what I mean? It's like, I think they say that 1% of guys, like if you get 100 guys, 1 might have visible abs. It's like 1% of men have visible abs. That's nuts. Like visible abs. I'm talking without tensing. It's just, there's such rarities. But we see one of those guys and we're like, oh, it's alright for some guys. It's so rare, it's ridiculous. And like I said, this narrative has been fed to women and it's overlapped into men, and a lot of you guys are believing it. And this is why I think it's so important for young men to wait to settle down, because you are swimming against the tide right now. You are swimming against the world of delusion. It's getting you down. It's whatever. Focus on you. Focus on the gym. Focus on success. Build something great for yourself. Because I promise you, once you get to my age, 31 and older, let's say you're 37, let's say you're dating a 27-year-old woman who's figured the world out for herself. She's an intelligent individual. She now goes, okay, that isn't realistic. That is impossible standards. Yes, this is what I want. I am going to compromise a little bit more. I know that I have to be more forgiving. You're going to have proper, rational conversations with each other. It's going to be completely different. And you're going to go, okay, this is a lot easier. I'm going with the grain. Before I was swimming against the tide, it was so difficult. And I just think under 30 is difficult, but under 25 has just become something different now. It wasn't like this when I was growing up. When I was growing up, it was just, you know, I grew up in a small town where there was no ambition and stuff like that, but I could still see it. I could still see my route clearly, and I just don't think a lot of you guys can see it anymore. You know, I don't think the ladder's being passed down by a lot of people like it used to either, but I don't think a lot of you guys realize how close you actually are. Like, you're probably 20 sales books, a 20% increase in confidence, and like 6 months of experience away from making $5,000 a month in a sales job. Do you know what I mean? Which puts you like, wow. Like, that blasts you up. You're really high up. You know, and you're probably, you know, because the base wage will bump up. You're probably like 3 years off the back of that, away from like $8,000 a month, which is crazy money. Like, what's that put you? That puts you in 6 figures a year. Like, you're like I said, you're like 20 sales books away from that. One course that you've taken on sales, 6 months of experience. Like, you're not that far away. It's just a few decisions in your life that you need to take where you go, that was a game changer for me. You know, by doing that one thing, it changed everything. Like, it's really not that far away. And people ask me today, like, oh, how do I start a YouTube channel and grow? And I'm like, well, I didn't know when I did it. I just sat in front of a microphone and did exactly what I'm doing here today. I just spoke, and I became better at it. I became more confident. I became more relaxed. I just spoke. I didn't come up with catchy thumbnails or titles. I still don't today. I just come up with an idea. I don't come up with a snazzy title. I just write that idea in the title. I release it. People resonate with it. Some people hate it. Some people don't want to get on board with it, whatever. But some people resonate with it and it grows. And people go, do you know what? You're speaking a lot of sense. You're speaking a lot of truth. Like I said, I was never a million miles away from having something great. And you're not either. Like, it's so close for you. Like, I'll just put this into context, okay? Certain things I've written down. So this is what I did. Recently, I wrote all this down. I looked into it, and I was like, "This is crazy." But I'm 6'2", which puts me in the top 6% globally of height. I think that was the US. I think top 6% in the US. I think when you do globally, I think you go up a bit higher. Either way, it's high up. It's high enough. 500k plus per year puts me in the top 0.1%. I mean, it's nuts already. If you're in shape, you're in the top 1%, because 1% of men have visible abs. You know, a bit of muscle as well. Like, it probably puts you even higher. Not married, 63% of men. Doesn't have kids, 55% of men. You combine all that together, and like I said, it's like less than 0.1%. Like, there's a few things on there you can't change. Right, 6'2", you can't change if you're short. In shape, you can change. 500k plus per year. Yeah, not everyone's going to get to that point. But I'm just saying, like, that's just 5 things on a list, and it makes you basically invisible. Like, it's 5 things. And you could probably even take off not married, doesn't have kids, and still be like 0.01%. So 3 things can put you into the... like, 3 things can make you practically the invisible man. You don't exist on planet Earth. Like, that's how easy this possibly could be. Like, we've got it in our heads that there's just, like, superstars everywhere. Everyone's walking around, jacked, tall, handsome. It's like, just stop for a second. Get outside of your own head and get in the real world. Instead of sitting on social media or dating apps and be like, oh, I'm not good enough, I'm not good enough. Oh, another rejection. Oh, she's ignored me. Oh, she doesn't want to meet. I've DM'd this girl and she's ignored me. She's told me to fuck off and all this shit. It's just like, just get out in the real world and walk around. Just have a look. Just see what's going on. Changes your mindset immediately. So, a couple things I wrote down on here, and I just want to read through them. 3 paragraphs. I said, my point is, this online duality world is messing with people's heads. The perception of reality doesn't match what is actually going on out here. The media and social media has done one thing that is messing both men and women up with the same notion. Both men and women believe there's millions of 6-foot plus confident in shape millionaires, and there's just not. It's not even close. I'm seeing a lot of young men getting disheartened when the reality is the game in which you're involved has lost its mind, and the real game doesn't start for another 10 years when both men and women are unplugged. This is what I want for you guys. It's probably a good note to end on, but I just want to finish off on this. I want you guys to see this clearly, the way I did. Like, every successful guy I've ever met, like I said, had the same thing. They're like, that's why I do these male advantage journeys, because all of them are just like, I realized as long as I just got in shape, chased this dream, showed up here, most people weren't doing this. There's an old story of Mark Cuban when I think he was doing, when Yahoo bought his company, didn't they? Yahoo bought... It was like Netflix in the early days. He was like the first streaming service for like live sports events. He did the Victoria's Secret show. And in the early days of that, he was buying all the books, all the magazines, and he was just like, what's going on with the technology? What's going on in the world? I need to be at all the conferences. People are competing. Like, this is a vicious industry. Really competitive. And it's in his book on how to become successful. And he said when he got to these conventions, he'd meet these people and he'd be like, have you read the book on, have you seen this information? Have you seen the new technologies come out? And they were all like, no. Like, this is the world that we're in. This is what you're dealing with. You know, you like, at the top, with absolute winners, it's competitive, but there's just not enough of them for it to matter. And that's not me telling you to be lazy. That's not me telling you, hey, slack off. You can be just good enough and it'll be fine. I'm just telling you, as I told you at the start, you're not a million miles away from everything you ever wanted. This delusion that's been created in the minds of women that's overlapped into the minds of men, that 30% of men are 6 foot tall with abs and millionaires and they're jacked and that doesn't exist. It's created this false narrative in the world. This delusion that's been created in men that there's chads everywhere and everyone's an alpha and I'm just this little beta, skinny little guy. It's like pretty much everybody is at that level. You know, you walk around the street next time. I want you guys to wake up early tomorrow. Go for a walk. You know, if you start work at 9, just be on the street for like 7:30. Just have a little stroll around, have a look. If you can't do that, go out at lunch. If you work from home, just go out on the street and have a walk around. Just go and get a coffee or something. Start using your optics. It doesn't mean judge people, but like take stuff in. Look. Oh, there's a guy in his 40s. He's getting out of Fiat Punto. In his 40s, he's getting out of Fiat Punto. In his 40s, he's getting out of Fiat Punto. In his 40s, he's getting out of Fiat Punto. In his 40s, he's getting out of Fiat Punto. In his 40s, he's getting out of Fiat Punto. In his 40s, he's getting out of Fiat Punto. In his 40s, he's getting out of Fiat Punto. In his 40s, he's getting out of Fiat Punto. In his 40s, he's getting out of Fiat Punto.
Producers, if you want to try Arcade, this is the best time. Right now, you can get an extended 45-day trial for free.
Terrorism, of occultism, esoterica, I believe I was supposed to say there. Fundamentally, I find myself getting more control, more jurisdiction, more agency in my life when I fundamentally execute on the principles here, and I will allude to some of the tools that you can use a little bit later on, but the premise of this video is really those three words. It's control, it's agency, it's jurisdiction. A lot of your, not a lot, not a lot, all, underline that word, all of your problems stem from your inability to control your inner emotional state. Now, there are weapons that have been used against us as men, especially over the last, what would you say, 50 years or so, that make that more challenging. I will highlight them here. I will also give you, towards the latter end of this video, in my opinion, the most potent tools in order to deal with them. And I'm talking all form of addiction. I'm talking, you have said to yourself, 2024 has come. I'm gonna start going to the gym, Joseph. I'm gonna go every Sunday, 2 p.m. Maybe I'm gonna do a run. Maybe I'm gonna hit the weights. Sunday, 2 p.m. comes around, can't execute. Can't execute on that because these structures in your brain that are associated with discipline, execution, and building those future habits are fundamentally weak. You're going to the gym trying to bench press 100 kg and you haven't even done 60 yet. So here's how we start to lift some weights with our minds and fundamentally with the most potent force we have in our existence, which is the force between your legs. As crude as that sounds, let's start off over here, gentlemen, with fundamentally understanding where male consciousness is at this very moment, and it is not in a good place. In 2024, I like to characterize it as the darkest night of the universal soul, of the universal masculine soul. You heard of dark night of the soul. Maybe you've had a dark night of the soul, but we are in this consciousness now where some of these figures down here are scary. 63% of men are single nowadays. The prevalence of emotions like apathy, like depression, like anger is all over the place. There is a loneliness epidemic. You know, I'm going to refer to some of these very heinous industries like Only or Lonely Fans right now because that's indicative of the culture it's trying to supplement. It's not just a sexual problem. It's not just deviancy in that respect. It's indicative of a culture that is sick, of a culture that is lonely, of a culture without love. I know that sounds very Disney, but the most important aspect to this physical realm and the realm that transcends that is connection, is heart-to-heart connection, is love. And there is no love nowadays. When is the last time you were deeply in love? Not in lust, in love with a partner. And many men are outsourcing this loneliness to individuals who they believe are selling them love in that way. Intimacy, maybe another way, more scientific vernacular, you can use to parcel it up and understand it. But it's not just a sexual deviancy problem. I really want you to understand that. It's indicative of a culture that is out of love and in lust. Men's mental health is strangled by the absence of spirit. I have been quoted many times in saying that if you dilute the spirit of a man serves only his flesh. or his sexual identity, right? This is why I believe it's dangerous to be an atheist. I believe it's fundamentally dangerous to be an atheist because you become very nihilistic very, very quickly. If you don't have in your value pyramid your God, your deity that transcends you, then what happens is you put yourself there and you only serve your pleasure and you only serve your sexual pleasure in that way. And then use other people as a means to gratify that particular need, and you add more and contribute more to the problem. I'm going to make a good segue here to some of the red pill influencers who I believe are sullying the market, who are contributing to your mental health, who I believe, and I'm not your God, I'm not your father, I'm not any kind of authority that I believe that you need to subscribe to, but I do believe that I want to impart on you some kind of intelligence, some kind of rationalization, some kind of wisdom in order for you to discern whether or not consuming certain ideals is beneficial for your life or not. And one of those individuals, I don't believe, adds any benefit to your life whatsoever, are going to be red pill advocates who propagate promiscuity in their particular message. And those individuals would be, the classic one for me, and the one that's just coming up to the top of my consciousness because he's been on the X platform very, very recently and has been promoting this promiscuity on that particular platform is, I believe his name's Myron from the Fresh and Fit podcast. And part of his criteria of what he believes every man should aspire to is to...
Questions about your retirement? We help workers like you understand your pension, 401k, and other job-based benefits. Know your...
Well, yeah, whenever you're ready, we'll do one.
We have to wait for Laura. Was throwing
Okay.
Laura was going to the trash can, so we wait for her to get back.
Yep.
A little more higher up. There you go.
I do.
Terrorism of occultism, esoterica, I believe I was supposed to say there.
Hello everybody, welcome back to my YouTube channel. If you're new here,
block out 1 hour a day.
A guide to Luciferian alchemy, uncovering the light within darkness. Preface. The figure of Lucifer has been shrouded in mystery, misconceptions,
When it comes to performance marketing, Taboola delivers like no other platform. Advertising on social platforms only got us so far.
A guide to Luciferian alchemy. Uncovering the light within darkness. Preface. The figure of Lucifer has been shrouded in mystery, misconceptions, and controversy throughout history. In popular culture, Lucifer is often equated with evil, darkness, and the satanic. However, within the realms of occultism and magic, Lucifer's image undergoes a profound transformation, revealing an entity that embodies light, wisdom, and liberation. As Carl Jung once illuminated, one does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious. This book aims to explore the multifaceted nature of Lucifer, delving into historical, mythological, and esoteric perspectives that shed light on this enigmatic figure. Ultimately, it seeks to teach readers how to connect with Luciferian energy. Also, if you are hesitant and perceive Lucifer as a demon, please consider checking out our other book titled Unveiling the True Nature of Demons. Magic and Spiritual Enlightenment. Now, moving forward, Gustav Meyrink offered insight when he said, "The devil is merely a metaphor for the journey inward that we all must take towards our own hidden fears and desires." The study of Lucifer within occultism and magic presents a unique challenge. Unlike other spiritual entities whose identities and narratives may be more clearly defined, Lucifer's essence is complex and layered with various interpretations and meanings. This complexity is not just a matter of historical evolution, but is intrinsic to the very nature of Lucifer as an archetype and spiritual force. In occult practices, Lucifer is often seen not just as a being, but as a symbol of enlightenment, rebellion against tyranny, and the pursuit of knowledge. This book endeavors to navigate these intricate dimensions, offering a comprehensive understanding that respects the depth and breadth of Lucifer's role in magical traditions. The primary purpose of this book is to illuminate the figure of Lucifer beyond common misconceptions, presenting a balanced exploration of his significance in occult and magical contexts. It aims to serve as both an informative guide for those new to the subject and a detailed examination for seasoned practitioners interested in deepening their understanding of Luciferian magic. The book is intended to be a bridge between academic research and practical magical application, ensuring that readers can gain a thorough understanding of Lucifer's symbolism and how it can be integrated into personal spiritual practice. At the outset of this exploration, it's imperative to set the correct expectations. If you're seeking sudden wealth, lottery wins, or quick fixes through the magic described in these pages, this book may not align with your aspirations. The essence of connecting with spirits transcends material gain. It's a spiritual journey bound by the universal laws that govern existence. Laws like karma, attraction, and the dynamics of energy. These principles operate beyond the whims of spirits, ensuring that every action aligns with the broader cosmic order. Winning the lottery or acquiring sudden wealth without understanding the responsibilities it entails, such as managing money wisely or the pitfalls of indulgence in excesses like consumerism, substance abuse, or hedonism, can lead to a path of self-destruction. The universe doesn't favor selfishness without consequence. There's always a balance to maintain, a cosmic ledger of give and take. This book advocates for a more profound, meaningful approach to magic, personal development. Through magical practice, you can enhance your confidence, charm, and overall presence, gradually aligning the forces of the universe to aid in your endeavors. to aid in your endeavors. With spirits as your allies, they don't hand you success, but rather support your journey towards it. The key is to pursue growth step by step, embracing the wonders of life with patience and openness to the magic that surrounds us. Consider this a guide, not to immediate gratification, but to discovering the deeper magic of existence. It's about transformation from within, leveraging spiritual connections to foster self-improvement and a more harmonious life. As you embark on this journey, remember to take it one step at a time, easing into the profound and enchanting magic that the universe has to offer. Life itself is magical, and through this book, you're invited to experience its full spectrum, enriched by spiritual wisdom and personal evolution. Manly P. Hall wrote, "Man's status in the natural world is determined, therefore, by the quality of his thinking." The structure of this book has been carefully designed to guide the reader through a logical progression, from the historical origins and etymology of the name Lucifer to the entity's various representations and roles in different cultural and magical traditions. It starts with the foundational aspects, including the origins of Lucifer's name and its misinterpretations across time. This sets the stage for a deeper exploration of Lucifer's correspondences, mythological connections, and the diverse ways in which he is invoked and understood within magical practices. Dion Fortune once stated, "Magic is the art of causing changes to occur in consciousness in accordance with will." Following the introductory chapters, the book delves into the magical significance of Lucifer, discussing the various aspects and archetypes associated with him, including the Lightbringer, the Morning Star, and the Liberator. It also covers practical considerations for invoking Lucifer, the philosophical underpinnings of Luciferian magic, and the entity's role as a catalyst for spiritual awakening and personal transformation. In crafting this work, every effort has been made to ensure clarity, originality, and depth. The aim is not only to educate, but also to inspire readers to explore their own relationship with the archetype of Lucifer, whether through scholarly inquiry or personal magical practice. Through this exploration, the book seeks to demystify Lucifer, presenting a figure that challenges us to question, to seek, and ultimately to find our own light within the darkness. As Socrates famously posited, the unexamined life is not worth living. Chapter 1. The name and origin of Lucifer. He who knows nothing, loves nothing. He who can do nothing, understands nothing. He who understands nothing is worthless, but he who understands also loves, notices, sees. The more knowledge is inherent in a thing, the greater the love, Paracelsus. The name Lucifer carries with it centuries of mythology, religious interpretation, and cultural evolution, shaping it into a symbol that transcends its original meanings. Etymologically, the term Lucifer originates from Latin, where lucum fer means to bring light or light bringer. This name, comprising lux, light, and fera, to bring, directly points to the imagery of a morning star, the planet Venus, heralding the dawn. This celestial body, visible just before sunrise, historically symbolized hope, heraldry, and the announcement of a new day. In the context of its Latin origins, Lucifer was not initially associated with malevolence or fall from grace. Instead, it represented the beauty and brightness of the morning star, an embodiment of illumination and enlightenment. Over time, the name's connotations have shifted dramatically, influenced by religious texts, cultural narratives, and the human inclination to personify the battle between light and darkness. The transformation of Lucifer from a symbol of light to one of darkness and evil is largely attributed to interpretations of biblical texts, particularly the book of Isaiah, Isaiah 14:12. 15 reads, "How you are fallen from heaven, O Lucifer, son of the morning, how you are cut down to the ground, you who weaken the nations." This passage, especially in the King James Version of the Bible, names Lucifer directly and has been historically interpreted as a reference to the fall of Satan, thereby conflating Lucifer with the devil. However, modern biblical scholarship suggests that this interpretation is a misreading of the text's original context. The passage in Isaiah was likely referring to a Babylonian king, metaphorically depicted as the morning star that has fallen from the heavens due to his hubris and tyranny. The application of the name Lucifer to this figure and its subsequent association with a fallen angel or demonic entity is a result of translation choices and the evolution of Christian theology. The identification of Lucifer with Satan and the story of a rebellious angel cast out of heaven becomes more entrenched in Christian doctrine through such translations and interpretations. Yet, it's important to note that this conflation is not universally accepted within all branches of Christianity or other religious and
such
esoteric
like
traditions.
Of the which
Tracing
I
the
tell
name-
you before, as I have also told you in time past, that they which do such things shall not inherit the kingdom of God.
What does it mean if you don't inherit the kingdom of God, Kevin J? What is that saying?
You probably going to hell.
You going to hell? You mean?
I hate to say it like that.
Notice that he put heresies in here with all this other wicked stuff. You're in the same category as a murderer.
Yep.
See, heresies get you sent to hell. Maybe now you can see why Jesus said many are going to go to hell. He said, straight is the way and narrow is the way to life, but broad is the way to destruction. Maybe now y'all can see why so many Christians are going to go to hell, because they're all part of this bad heresy. They're all divided. And you want to come in here and promote a single heresy? Like that's it. That's the end all. Like you him. Like your denomination is him. You know how you say that's him? You say your denomination him. Give me a break. You're just another heresy. And we're all heretics.
So how do you not be
So
the
what does
bad
that mean? We're all
heresy?
going to hell? By making sure that you're not divided from Christ and what he taught. See, we're all heretics because we're divided from each other. That's not a sin. It's not a sin to be divided from each other. It's a sin to be divided from Christ. Never forget that. And how do you know if you're divided from Christ? If your religion has a founder and it's not Christ, you divided from Christ. Christ didn't need nobody to pick up the ball after he was gone. They're supposed to continue. Paul put an end to it. They were trying to start a Paul and a Peter and an Apollos based religion all the way back then with their names on it. And Paul and Peter and Apollo like, nope. Nope. Y'all are not finna give us top billing over Christ. They were nipping that in the bud back then. No, don't you do that. And don't church Paul around here. But eventually, what ended up happening? Now you got people in the YouTube comment section, Gideon, you need to check out the workers of Ellen G. White. Why don't you tell Gideon to check out the teachings of Jesus? Is that not enough? Or do you think he's too stupid to figure it out without the help of Ellen G. White? Is that what you're saying? See, don't recommend any material to me but the Bible. You can recommend that first and then be like, this little pamphlet or whatever, it helps you understand your Bible better. But don't recommend that ahead of the Bible. Don't y'all do that to me. Don't recommend me, Brother Josh, before Jesus or ahead of the Bible. Don't do that. Ain't no Church of Josh around here. I don't need that. We did that class about what happened when you try to get that godly praise. No, I don't need any of that in my life. That's why I don't try to go out and try to prove something. Gideon to tell you, people try to come after me. You need to debate me. You need because if I feed into that, that means I'm trying to put myself out there. I'm trying to prove I'm the man. No. What did he say about Paul and Apollo? What did Paul say? He said, "We're nothing.
Yeah.
We're nothing but servants." Too many people trying to put themselves ahead. That's why your religion has a founder. Joseph Smith, Mormon. Some people even make up new terminologies for their newfound religion. Islamic, Mormon, Nubian. They even come up with terms and everything for this stuff. Y'all be saying that stuff proudly. I'm a Calvinist. You meet riding Calvin. See, that's that Google translation again, by the way, y'all. We love putting somebody else's name on our t-shirt, our jersey. We love doing that. I'm not finna rock a Charles T. Russell jersey, y'all. I'm not about to rock Ellen G. White jersey. I'm not about to rock that. That's what y'all love to do. We got a guy in the comment section every day saying he wants some new merch. I be telling Gideon about that. We working on that, by the way, too, y'all. He said he wants some new merch, right? Whatever merch we come up with, we ain't putting it before Christ. That's what denominations want to do. They want to put the man or the woman who founded the denomination ahead of Christ. That's why you're not a Christian first. You're a Seventh-day Adventist first. You're a Mormon first. Go to a Mormon. Gideon went undercover as a Mormon. When you talk to them, Gideon, did they say they were Christians first or did they say they were Mormons first? Which one they said?
They were Mormons.
They were Mormons first. That means Joseph Smith. They did it. Right? Yo. Who that? Yeah, I hear you. Well, the organization, yeah, you can let them know like somebody who founded an organization, but this is not a new religion. You follow what I'm saying? This is somebody on Clubhouse, so everybody can't hear you, right? Anybody can found an organization, right? A building, right? But I'm not coming up with a new religion. When you get a denomination, see, now you crossing over into that territory. You follow what I'm saying? We're not a denomination. I didn't find a new denomination in that sense, right? You're not gonna, yeah. We ain't gonna go on Wikipedia and look up Brother Josh, and they're gonna be like the founder of Joshuaism or whatever. You feel me? You ain't gonna find no mess like that. I mean, I hope you won't, because if God forbid, something happened to me, it'll be left up to y'all to describe it. So I hope y'all don't put it out there like that. You feel me? Don't put it out there like that. I ain't found nothing. Christ is the founder of Christianity, and I'm just trying to teach people about him. That is it. I am a servant. I'm a planter, or I'm a waterer, whatever you want to call it, but I am not a founder of a religious denomination. None of that crap.
Some of these people, where they get their names put on it, it's more like after they die, people put this stuff on them.
People usually put isms on people after they die, but the founder is, while he's alive, he's still letting you know that he's the founder of this. Yes, but most of the time they put the isms on their name. Like Calvin wasn't walking around saying, "My followers are Calvinists." I don't think he was anyway. But when you go to super ideology, and they found these new religions, and it's after they split from some. And there's another thing too I want y'all to look up. Most of these denominations are separations. Remember I gave the analogy about the slice of pizza, Gideon? Like you order a whole pizza and then only one slice coming in the box when you open it.
Mm-hmm.
Can you imagine that after you get that one slice, then I come in there, and Jeff, and Kevin, and meat. You got to divide that to 4 slices. So now the pizza is even thinner. That's how denominations work. One splits off from one, and then somebody else and that split off from another, and so on and so forth. Now the pizza is paper thin. That's how many times it don't split. That's all denominations are. And the Bible tells us heresies, those are divisions. Because these heresies is talking about right here in Galatians, is talking about separation from Christ. See, we don't want to be divided from Christ. And these heresies you're reading about in Galatians mean that people are divided from Christ. And if your denomination has a founder, you probably divided from Christ. Because y'all don't need me to worship Christ. I just help y'all understand some stuff, but y'all don't need me to worship Christ. I would never tell y'all no crowd, GDR, you cannot properly worship Christ without my guidance. That is some bull. I can help you get some better understanding on some stuff, but you do not need me. That's me trying to be an advocate, an intercessor. I don't mess around and deified myself. If I got you thinking you need me to worship Christ. No. That's what denomination makes.
Churches that are like, if you're not this, then you're not really following Christ. Like people that say my church is the true church, they're basically saying
that everybody else is wrong. They said everybody else is a heretic. The bad one. Like I said, y'all, we're all heretics. I don't think that means we made a choice. We're all divided. But you don't want to be divided from Christ. That's the whole thing. Remember, you don't want to be divided from Christ. It's okay for me to be divided from the Seventh-day Adventists. But they want you to believe that if you're divided from the Seventh-day Adventists, you're divided from Christ. That's what every denomination wants you to believe. If you're not a part of them, you're divided from Christ. I don't even teach that. I don't ever teach anybody if you ain't with ABT, you wrong. I ain't never taught that. So that's what makes me different from most people. Salvation exists outside the walls of absolute Bible truth. In other words, if you're not a part of me, that doesn't mean that you ain't got a shot at the kingdom. That's crazy. There's going to be a lot of people in the kingdom, Gideon, who ain't ever heard the absolute Bible truth. And that's what a lot of these churches do. They try to make you believe if you ain't with them. Like, do you really think in the kingdom there's only going to be Seventh-day Adventists? Or Mormons? That's what they would have you to believe. When you die, all it's going to be is Mormons in the kingdom. All it's going to be people from every denomination in the kingdom based on what they knew. Like, I'm not saying that you can consciously go against God and get into the kingdom. But there's going to be people from every denomination in the kingdom who worship God just to the best of what he revealed to them in that denomination with a sincere heart. There's no way you're going to tell me everybody's going to learn absolutely everything right about this Bible and there's going to be only people in the kingdom. Anybody believe that? Anybody believe you're going to have perfect mastery of every concept in the Bible to get into the kingdom? Y'all let me know. Chat room,
hope not.
Clubhouse. Because if that's the case, we might as well go ahead and just end this class right now and go have some fun.
Right.
No. There's going to be people in the kingdom who were Jehovah's Witnesses. There's going to be people in the kingdom who were Seventh-day Adventists. Because God's going to be judging them just based on what he revealed to them. There are sincere believers in all of these religions, y'all. God only judges you based on what he revealed to you. God is not going to reveal everybody everything. But the majority of people in these religions, it don't look too good for them because they're making a conscious choice to not accept the truth or think outside the box. So if you get into the kingdom and think you're only going to see some Mormons, then of course if you're in a religion that just straight up deny Christ, everybody in that religion going to hell. You follow what I'm saying? Everybody out the door on that one. That's why I try to tell y'all we need to come together and learn as a unit, as one. Like a lot of Israelites, they think only Israelites going to be in the kingdom. Stop. Bible don't even teach that. You follow what I'm saying? And anybody else who don't get it, then they're going to learn it during that 1,000-year reign. But I don't want anybody to think that I'm teaching that if you die before you know the full truth, that you're automatically going to hell. God takes you out when he takes you out. I just wanted to put that out there. I don't want anybody thinking, oh my goodness, I'm part of a denomination. If I die right now, that's the end. I'm not saying that. I'm saying you got to make sure that whatever denomination you in, that it wasn't founded by a man or a woman, and that you're not divided from Christ. That's the take-home message. And a lot of these denominations are divided from Christ, and they prove that by coming up with a founder. Christ don't need a founder, y'all. Do y'all think Christ need a co-founder? You believe that, Kevin J? Gideon? You believe he need a co-founder? Because that's what you're telling me. He need a co-founder.
Definitely not.
He couldn't get the job. He couldn't get the job done by himself. He had to send Ellen G. White. He had to send Joseph Smith. You follow what I'm saying? He couldn't get it done alone. He don't need nobody else. He did it all. Apostle just repeated what he taught. They weren't co-founders. Christ is the head. Let me ask y'all a question. When was the last time you saw two heads on a normal, non-deformed human body? You ever seen that before? On a normal, non-deformed human body. There's only one head on this body, y'all. That's Christ. But see what these other denominations want to do. This is what Ellen White want to do. This Christ head right here, Ellen White. There's another head. And then Joseph Smith. See, they want more than one head on the body.
Right.
That's what they want to do. See, y'all got to understand, it ain't how it works. We don't even supposed to see them. Y'all don't even supposed to see Gideon, Josh, Ariel, Kevin J, Jeff, Nautica. Y'all ain't supposed to see us. Y'all supposed to see Christ first. Then us second. That's what we're supposed to be promoting. Christ. He's the head, not us. Stop putting yourself before Christ. That's what denominations do. That's why I don't mess with denominations like that. They want to put the man or the woman before Christ. I can't do it. I can't do that. I don't want to hear nothing about no Ellen G. White. If you come here talking about Ellen G. White, I'm going to ask, are you a Seventh-day Adventist first, or are you a Christian first? And if you try to be smart and say you're a Christian first, I'm going to say, tell me what Christ taught then. And tell me why I need Ellen G. White. If you can't tell me that, then what are we talking about? Same thing with the Mormons. I don't need Joseph Smith. I just need Christ. But the Mormons will tell you that if you're not a Mormon, you're going to hell. So that means I need somebody other than Jesus. I need Joseph Smith too, don't I? That's what they be telling y'all, man. Y'all better... And y'all be mad at the Catholics. Protestants be going in on the Catholics, Gideon. See, y'all Catholic, y'all that, but you part of a denomination. Y'all got y'all own version of the Mother Mary. Y'all got y'all own little versions too. Catholics they say Hail Mary. Y'all say Hail Joseph Smith. You say Hail Ellen White. You say Hail Charles T. Russell. Y'all got y'all little intercessors too. An intercessor just simply means somebody other than Christ that you think you need to get to Christ or to understand Christ. That's all that means. But y'all want to go in on the Catholics because they say Mary is an intercessor, but all y'all denominations, they're the founders, that's your intercessor. That's the person you think you need. Catholics think they need Mary. You think you need Ellen G. White. You think you need Charles T. Russell. You think you need Joseph Smith. Am I telling the truth? Am I preaching or am I just talking? It's the same thing, same concept. And if you don't agree with me, leave your denomination right now then.
Dang,
and do it on your own.
Someone in the chat, they said, Hail Mary, full of grace. And then after that, they said, and Hail Yeshua.
See? Who do they put ahead? Who they lead with? Who do they lead with? See? But I bet that person say they're a Christian. See? Same thing with the Catholics. Why are you leading with, if you're a Christian, why are you leading with Catholicism? You should be a Christian first. That's all I'm saying. I'm not knocking nobody. And here's another thing too. In this entire class, have I knocked or took a dump on anybody's denomination this whole class? Have I? Have I?
You just saying get your priorities straight.
That's it. Have I took a dump on anybody's religion? I ain't said this one is wrong. This one is wrong. I ain't did none of that. All I'm just telling you that if he got a founder, why are you putting that ahead of Christ? Let's move on. We wind it down. Let's go to Titus. Chapter 3. See? Coming in here. We don't have a couple of Seventh-day Adventists coming here. Have you considered the writings of Ellen G. White? What are you. You a Christian? Yeah. So why do I need her? Tell me again why I need her. I'm just saying, if I leave this world without ever having read Ellen G. White, but I believed in Jesus and tried to follow him, would I get into the kingdom? If you are a Seventh-day Adventist and that answer is yes, then why are you pushing her on me? I don't need her. And if you say I do need her, now you're telling me that that's my intercessor. I can't get to Christ without her. So which one is it? See, when you make people think and you ask the right questions, then they say, ding, the light bulb goes off over their heads. I'm just letting y'all see. Why would anybody get mad at me who's a Christian and I'm telling you all you need is Christ? Why would that piss anybody off? Tell the truth, y'all. Why would that piss any Christian off if I say you a Christian and all you need is Christ? Why would that piss any Christian off? Why would anybody get mad at that? That means they don't believe all you need is Christ. That's the only people that get mad at that. Look what it says right here. This is Paul talking to Titus. Titus 3, 10 and 11. Read that, please, my brother. What this will say.
This is Titus chapter 3, verses 10. A man that is a heretic after the first and second animation reject.
Mm-hmm. Now look what it said. A man that is a heretic. This is the one and only time the word heretic appears in the Bible in the King James. The Greek word is there and translated other words, but it's the only time in the King James that it's straight up translated out like this, right? It said a man that is a heretic after the first and second admonition reject. Admonition means warning. I mean, after you don't warn them twice, reject him. So if it said he's a heretic, keep reading.
11. Knowing that he that is such is subverted and sinneth, being condemned of himself.
So now we got a characteristic of a heretic. It said, knowing that he that is such is subverted and sinneth, being condemned of himself. So what is Paul talking about right here? He's talking about how you're supposed to do this in the church. Here's the thing about it, y'all. And we're going to look up this word. This is how you're supposed to do if somebody is a part of your denomination. If somebody, say if you were a Seventh-day Adventist, if somebody within the Seventh-day Adventist faith departed from the faith, that's how you deal with them. But this is not applied to people outside the Seventh-day Adventist faith, because this is talking about somebody already believes what you believe and departed from it. So sisters and brothers, what's my point? If I was never a Catholic or a Jehovah's Witness or an Eastern Orthodox, how can you use this terminology on me when it only refers to people who started out believing what you believe? Do y'all see this? Y'all understand what I'm getting at, Kevin J? In other words, you can't come in here and call me heretic in this sense because I was never a part of your religion.
Right.
See, in Christianity, heretic refers to somebody who was once believing what you believe and made a choice to stop believing it. But there are so many different denominations, you can't apply that to everybody. You can only apply that to your denomination. So why are people coming in here calling us heretics as if we were ever a part of their division? You know, in that sense. That is stupid. That's why Paul is saying to Titus, he's talking to people who was a part of the Christian church, who was to study with them. Titus did not go out into other people who were never a part of them and call them heretics. Paul didn't do that. He's talking about people who was in the church. I have never been a Catholic. I have never been Eastern Orthodox. So why are you coming in here calling me a heretic in that sense? I never departed from your faith. I was never a part of it. See, people don't think about that stuff like that. You can't call somebody who never was a Catholic a heretic, but that's what they'll do. But then again, in that sense, we're all heretics because we're all making a decision. But let me show you what the word means in the Greek. What we're going to do, go to the Strong's Exhaustive Concordance and look at the word translated heretic. and it is 141 in the Greek section. 141 in the Greek section. And the word is hahiretikos. Hahiretikos. And it says, from the same as Greek 140, schismatic. That means somebody who's causing schisms, divisions. Heretic is the Greek word itself. So it says heretic is the Greek word itself. Heretic. That's what it means. So it's somebody who's causing divisions, right? I cannot cause divisions in your denomination if I'm not a part of your denomination. Did everybody understand that? Did they go over anybody's head? Did they go over anybody's head? Kevin, you understand that?
Makes sense.
I can't cause division among right. I can't cause schisms among the Seventh-day Adventist church unless I'm in the Seventh-day Adventist church. That's why I said warn them once or twice. You don't warn somebody about the Seventh-day Adventist church if they're not already a Seventh-day Adventist. This type of heretic right here is somebody that's already part of your belief system and they're leaving it. That's why you warn them twice and then you reject them. But if you want to try to make it universal, cool. That means you tell me once, you tell me twice, then you reject me. That means leave me alone. Do y'all see people leaving each other alone after 1 or 2 times?
Nope.
Or do y'all see Christians constantly fighting each other? Y'all don't follow the rules. Y'all do not follow the rules. Y'all want to keep on fighting. When y'all gonna reject me? When you gonna avoid me? When do I get that? Y'all don't want to do that. Because divisions seek divisions. I keep telling y'all that. Division ain't looking for unity. They looking for more division. They looking for somebody to argue with.
If you were really in the truth, you wouldn't be like that.
You would not. No. Christianity is a mess, y'all. It's a slaughterhouse. It's a massacre. It's a bunch of broken, blown apart, cut up body parts all over the place. It's a dumpster fire. And people looking at you like you crazy because you don't want anything. That's why most people, even if they believe in God, they don't even go to church. They just stay home. They don't want nothing to do with the madness. And guess who's the main people in the family who don't want to go to church? Can anybody guess who that is? And it's not the children. Who's the main member of the family? Just like, man, I ain't finna do this. Anybody want to take a guess? The father.
The dad.
Somebody in the chat got it right off the bat. The dad. In every household, statistically speaking, when it comes to church, the daddy is the main one who don't want to be bothered with that. Now, people say, well, why is that? Because a man, a thinking man, even an average man, they ain't got time for this bull. See, women, they like mess. Not all women, but y'all know I'm telling the truth. The majority of women, they like mess. That's why the Bible warns about women gossiping and stuff. Men don't deal with the messy too much, even though the ratio is very much starting to change. You feel me? At least with the messy part, not the going to church part, but the mess part. That's why the average man, he gonna stay home, he gonna watch the game. Then you come home, he like, baby, how was church today? That's how that conversation gonna go. Average man ain't got no time for that. Just a regular man. Ain't even talking about no deep philosophical man. The average man, we don't like mess. And they take a look, and they're like, baby, that's what you want to do. I ain't gonna try to stop you, but I'm staying at the house, man. I'm gonna stay home, watch the game, chill, sleep in late on Sunday. I ain't gonna get up early every Sunday morning for this mess. What I look like? So I tell it like it is. Some of y'all youngsters, y'all see it in y'all house. Mama take y'all to church. Daddy be at the house. He be chilling. He might go there on Easter. He'll pop up in there on Easter. For the rest of the year, he chilling. Y'all know I ain't lying. Now, mama got to explain to you why daddy not going to hell. She got to make excuses for the kids. He don't want to go, man, because he don't want that mess. And that's what the church is. It's a mess. I ain't talking about your particular church you go to. Like, your particular church might be, running like clockwork. But that's only one. It's still a mess when you consider that it's all over the place compared to other spots. So you supposed to reject somebody causing a schism in your church. Let's move on. Let's go to Acts 24. And we only got one more scripture we're going to go to after that, but I'm going to look up a word too. Let's go to Acts 24. Let me show you what Paul said. So I be trying to tell y'all, man. See, I tell y'all the truth because I love y'all. I know my y'all like, believe, man, that dude don't even know me, man. Why would he love me? Why would he care about me? Christians are supposed to love people even if they don't know them. If y'all can't believe I can love y'all without knowing y'all, then how can you believe that somebody can come in and start telling me what to do without knowing me? Y'all believe that? He ain't got to know me to do that.
Right.
Does he? So that means you ain't got to know him to love him. Right? Keep telling y'all, man, we're all heretics if you look at it that way. And I'm going to tell you what Paul said right here so y'all can see that this is what Paul said. Y'all be thinking I be making stuff up. This when Paul was standing before Festus. Well, not Festus, but Felix. Felix. Right? Acts 24, read verse 14 and watch what he says. Then read verse 14. (24 and 14). Go ahead, Kevin. We can't hear you if you're saying something.
Can you hear me?
Now we hear you. Yeah, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
We hear you until you start reading, and then we don't hear nothing. Say something, Kevin.
I can
Like
read
he
it,
having
brother
problems
Josh.
near the end.
If it's the word, I can read it.
Yeah. Go ahead and read.
He said his sound went out.
His sound went out?
Yeah, he just texted.
Okay, let's bring him down. Let's bring him down, then bring him back up. We'll move him to the audience, and then Gideon, you can bring him back up if you see him.
You just got raised his
Right
hand.
at the end. Yeah, raise your hand too, Kevin. Make sure you raise your hand.
Well, his sound went out, so he probably can't hear us.
Right. Hold on 1 second. I got to use the bathroom right quick. I'll be right back. See if I can get him up right quick. Indeed.
So, what's up, everybody? Are we gonna be heretics anymore? I feel like, even if, I feel like it's cool to see, even, if you have different opinions than us, it's like, at least now you know how to better conduct yourself, you feel me? It's like, bro, if you think someone's a heretic, bro, you stay away from them, man. Bro, I know none of y'all be going into a Buddhist Discord, or none of y'all be going into a Hindu Discord, or none of y'all going to a Shaolin monk Discord. But I don't know, it's just crazy, man. If people are unless you want to know what other people's opinions are, then just stay away from them. At least if you're gonna be a heretic, do it the right way, you know? You can at least do it the right way. Oh, also, if you guys can for me, I would greatly, greatly, greatly appreciate it. I am going to be gone for the next 3 weeks. I'm gonna be gone for 3 weeks. I'm gonna be bringing my laptop with me, so that way I can still be getting in on the streams and stuff. I am gonna be going to 2 different continents. I'm gonna be in Europe. I'm gonna be in Asia, and I won't be back until the 15th. And then I might also miss the Sabbath class on the 16th because I have a wedding to go to. That's a holy convocation, so that's what I'm gonna be doing on the Sabbath. Is I'm gonna be going to a wedding, right? Like, weddings are holy convocations, right, brother Josh?
Yeah, holy matrimony, holy convocation. Yes. I've Antoine's wedding. I performed Antoine's wedding on the Sabbath. You follow what I'm saying? Oh, let me ask you this: when do you? But the debate is supposed to be coming up on the 1st. That's this Friday. When are you leaving for Japan?
So I am leaving tomorrow. I'm going to Europe tomorrow, and then I'm going. I'm gonna have everything ready. It's just like I'm gonna have to like it'll be like random times in the night. So while you guys are going, it'll be like night for me. But I can have everything up and running. I've been looking at the time frames and everything. Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, sir. So I'm gonna
ready. I'm ready. He just bugging me about other stuff that's not really that important to me, other than the debate. You follow what I'm saying? But that's cool. We'll work it out. Where else we were going? Oh yeah. Acts chapter 24.
Thank you guys. I appreciate you guys for the safe travels, man. Got some cool, really cool stuff, man. Like I told Brother Josh about a lot of it, and even he was like, "It's really cool," and I'm excited. I'm excited. It's been a while since.
Kevin has his hand up.
I'm looking for him right now.
It looked like the first row, almost 7 and 8.
I see him.
Over.
I see him. It's gonna be different. I don't know if you know that. It's gonna be different on everybody's screen. Like he might be like the first person, like on the third row or something for you, but for me it'll be different. Gideon showed me that. I ain't even know that.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's usually be in the general same area, but not exactly. You know what I mean? But yes, let's go to Acts 24, verse 14. Now watch what Paul calls this.
Can you hear us, Kevin?
Yep. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, Kevin?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you good. Yeah.
Okay,
Acts
cool.
24 and 14. Read that, please, Kevin.
Yep. But this I confess unto thee, that after the way which they call heresy, so worship I the God my fathers, believing all things which were written in the law and in the prophets.
Now look what Paul said to Felix. He said, but this I confess unto you, Felix, that after the way which they call heresy, who's the they? The other Jews.
Mm-hmm.
Paul is saying they call his religion heresy. That's that same Greek word there that's translated heresy, which means choice. He's saying they call my religion a heresy. Why am I showing you this? Because this shows you that even if you got the truth, somebody gonna still call you a heretic. See, they call Paul a heretic. If they call your religion a heresy, that means they're saying you're a heretic. But they said that, but guess what? In a sense, they were telling the truth because Paul divided from the Judaism belief to become a Christian.
Yep.
He chose to not do that. And they call him a heretic for that. But Paul owned that though. I'm going to show you that. He said, but this I confess unto thee, that after the way which they call heresy, we looked that word up, it means choice. Right? Choice. So worship I the God of my fathers, believing all things which are written in the law and in the prophets. Now, it translates this heresy here. Go back and read verse 1 and watch what it says.
This is Acts 24 and 1.
Just get some context. Go ahead. Mm-hmm.
And after 5 days, Ananias, the high priest, descended with the elders and with a certain orator named Tertullius, who informed the governor against Paul.
So it's showing you who these people were that had a problem with Paul. Now skip down and read verse 5 and watch what they say.
Acts 24 and 5. For we have found this man a pestilent fellow, and a mover of sedition among all the Jews throughout the world, and a ringleader of the sect of the Nazarenes.
It said they say he's a ringleader of the sect of the Nazarenes. But if you look up in the Greek, that's the same Greek word that is translated heresies in verse 14 and heresies in the other place where we read it, which means choice. So in the King James, they decided to translate it sect right here, but heresy in verse 14. So what does that tell you? That a sect and a heresy is the same thing.
Same thing.
But what we're going to do is go to Oxford Languages, and we're going to look up some synonyms for sect. Let me show y'all something. And I can't send a link to this for some reason because it just pops up like that. So what I want you to do, if anybody can pull it up on the screen, just go to Google and type in sect and put synonym and hit the Google search. If Meat is still listening. Just go to Google, type in sect, S-E-C-T, and put synonym in there.
Hey, can you zoom that in for us?
You got to zoom that in, babe. But there you go. Now look what it says. Now, appreciate that, Meat. Look what it says. These are synonyms for sect. Now, religious cult, religious group, faith community. What's that third synonym right there, y'all? What's that say? I mean, the fourth one. What's the fourth one say? Denomination. Wait a minute. Denomination? That means denomination, sect, and heresy are all synonyms. But look below where it says faith community. What else does it say down there? Scroll down in there, please. Right under faith community. No, look further over. Schism. Do y'all see that? No, schism?
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Schism. Do y'all see that? Notice. Schism, denomination, heresy, sect, they're all synonyms. So if you're a denomination, guess what? You're a heresy. That means you're a heretic. Because if you adhere to a heresy, that makes you a heretic. We're all heretics, y'all. If you have a denomination or if you're divided from somebody, you're a heretic. So when somebody comes to you and they say, you're a heretic, all they're saying is, you're choosing to believe something different than I do. And I'm going to show you that Paul owned this. So you can call me a heretic. All you're telling me is that you disagree with what I believe and choose to believe something else. That's the truth. I will own that. That's what the word means. See, they try to vilify the word. You're a heretic. So what you're saying is I choose to believe different from you. So you're mad at me because I got a choice and I choose not to choose what you believe. When you really break it down like that, Christians are pretty petty, aren't they, y'all? Y'all pretty petty. Y'all some immature people. Y'all are immature. You're mad because how dare you have an opinion? That's what they're telling you. How dare you have an opinion different from me? How dare you tell me I can't have a different opinion? The nerve. Like somebody brought it back up. I forgot about that. The nerve.
Nerve.
That's all I need to tell them. The nerve. See, I don't be playing these games with these kids, man, and these adults. Nope, scratch that. Not the kids. The adults, because the adults do this the worst. They think they hurting somebody. You're a heretic. So are you, bro. Did you make a choice to not believe what I believe? Yep, that makes you a heretic, because that's all the word means. And if you got a different belief system, that's called a heresy. Let's go to the last one. Acts 28.
Acts 28.
Y'all playing too many games over here. They love that word. Heresy. Doing their class. Somebody jump right in my DM. Demanding. Not even like, please, brother, repent and believe in the Trinity. Came in my... Who do you think you are? You ain't my daddy. You ain't my teacher. You ain't my elder. You just in my DM just giving barking orders. You don't go on somewhere? The nerve. We got to learn boundaries too, y'all. As Christians, we got to learn boundaries, man. Some of the stuff, I even told Gideon this one time. Some of the stuff y'all be asking Gideon and be asking me. I just be like, did y'all parents ever teach y'all boundaries? Guy came over here one day, Josh, You make any money? How much money you make off of Discord? Dude, do you ask your daddy how much money he make?
Crazy.
Couldn't do that when I was growing up. I wish my stepdaddy would came out. Dad, how much money you made today? What, you finna give me some? That's my motto. Don't ask about my pockets unless you about to put something in them. You can ask all. Didn't I tell you? You can ask all the questions you want to about my finances if you're trying to finance me. Drop $50 in my cash app. I'll tell you all the bills I got. If you that interested. I'll tell you all the bills I got. Don't ask me about my finances unless you're trying to help me with them. See, I'm one of them people, Gideon. I don't ask you how you doing as a greeting. I just say what's up. I really want to know how you doing. I'm gonna ask you how you doing. So I'm one of them people. I don't ask about stuff unless I really want to know. I want to help. You follow what I'm saying? That's how it's supposed to be. People be asking you about your sexual orientation. You know, people saying pause and all that stuff. Next time, fellas, I'm talking to the dudes now. Next time somebody asks you, "Oh man, are you gay?" You ask them, "Are you interested?" That's what you answer. Because don't no man need to be asking no other man about his sexual orientation that's on GP unless they propositioning you. I don't go around asking men about their sexual orientation. You know why? Because I'm not interested in what another man doing. I don't do no mess like that. They'll make you the gay one, and they the one asking about your penis. How am I gay and you asking about my penis as a man? Make it make sense, y'all. Make it make sense. I'm just saying, make it make sense. People all trying to flip stuff on you. Y'all be doing this stuff. I'm just saying. People bring up gay stuff, then want to put the gay on you. Y'all be the one bringing it up. I be talking about something totally ungay. Somebody say, pause. You read that gay in there. I wasn't talking about nothing gay.
They be killing me with that pause.
I'm just saying. Ain't that the truth? If y'all know, I'm not talking about that stuff. I'm talking about something totally, it ain't even sexual. If I'm just talking about something and somebody say, pause, who put the gay in it?
Right.
Tell the truth. Tell the truth. Tell the truth. Shame the devil. What they say? Tell the truth and shame the devil? Your mind went there. You know what I'm saying? Y'all minds be going there and then you want to pause me. No, you need to pause your thoughts. I wasn't thinking that. Pause your thoughts. See, I just be telling people the truth, man. See, I'm like, I've been telling people for the longest. They was trying to put that on you. I wasn't talking about that, bro. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about going to the grocery store and buying some frozen meat, and your mind go to meat, pause. Y'all be doing that. You can't even say nothing in front of some of these kids.
You can't say nothing.
Can't say nothing in front of these kids. They want to put that on you. I just like to go on a little side rant just to put stuff out there so y'all can think that, so y'all can really think about what you're doing. So you can see that you the one really doing that. See, when I was in school, I was real good at turning tables on people when they try to project something on me. I'm like, bro, you went there. I'll tell them in a minute, bro, you went there. Don't try to put that on me. Don't try to put your gay fantasies on me. You went there, bro. I'm just talking about the game. I'm just talking about football. Oh, dude, what, huh? They used to do that. They were real immature when I was growing up, bro. I'm just letting y'all know. Let's go to Acts 28. I'm just saying, man. I'm a psychologist, man. I will go there. I will let you know that's you, bro. You got a lot of people walking around with erotic fantasies, and they try to. It's called projection. Look that word up, by the way, and put psychology with it in Google when you Google it. Put projecting and put and Google that, and it'll let you know that's when somebody has something going on with them, and they try to put it on you. They ain't throwing no shade at nobody. But if you know somebody is not talking about anything gay and you say pause, that's you projecting your homosexual thoughts onto them. That's just a fact. Do not get mad at me. Not get mad at me. I'm just letting y'all know. Do not get mad at me. That's called projection. But this is Acts 28. He brought it up. Hold on, he pulled it up. I didn't even know he was gonna do that. He actually Meat was actually pulling up the definition of projecting. You got to put psychology with it too. That's how, because it's just gonna give you the definition of the word in psychology. See that, yeah? Just slide down. See, look, projection is the process of displacing one's feelings onto a different person, animal, or object. That's what it means. So that means that's something you feeling and you try to put it on somebody else. That's what that's called, projecting. A lot of y'all be projecting big with that pause. We ain't gonna go there though, Kevin. We ain't gonna do that, Kevin J. We ain't gonna go there on them though. It's Acts 28:17. In other words, you're telling on yourself. You're telling on yourself. You're telling on yourself. I know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying, Kevin J? I don't know how you went there with it. I know what I'm talking about. Acts 28:17. This is Paul talking to the people that came to visit him in Rome when he was in prison. Read that, please.
It's Acts 28:17. And it came to pass that after 3 days, Paul called the chief of the Jews together. And when they were come together, he said unto them, Men and brethren, though I have committed nothing against the people or customs of our fathers, yet I was delivered prisoner from Jerusalem into the hands of the Romans.
So Paul said, I have not committed nothing against the people or customs of our fathers, which is the law, Old Testament law, meaning he was still keeping Old Testament law, right? Yet was I delivered prisoner from Jerusalem unto the hands of the Romans. I just gave y'all that for context. Now skip down and read 21 and 22.
Acts 28:21. And they said unto him, We neither receive letters out of Judea concerning thee, neither any of the brethren that came showed or spake any harm of thee.
Go ahead.
But we desire to hear thee what thou thinkest. For as concerning this sect, we know that everywhere it is spoken against.
See, they called it a sect here, but guess what? It's that same Greek word that we get heresies from, or heresy. They called it a sect. And a sect, we looked it up. Denomination, heresy. It all means the same thing. If you have a denomination, you are a heresy. That means you got a choice. That's all it means. All of us are heretics. That means we got a choice that we're believing. That's all that means. You can look the word up. They want to change the definition of words to fit their way of thinking. That's not how words work, y'all. Words have meanings. But the heretic you don't want to be is the one that made a choice to divide from Christ. That's the bad heretic. And if you got all these different denominations, all these different heresies around here now, there's no way in the world you can tell me they're all united with Christ because they're all doing something different. That's just common sense. So yes, we're all heretics, and everybody is teaching is heresies. That means you got a choice. We're all denominations. We're all divided from each other. Nobody's going to tell me that's not true. But are we all divided from Christ? That's the question you got to ask yourself. Is your denomination dominant, or is your Christianity dominant? Because if your belief has a founder, you're lost. Let me say that again. If your belief has a founder, you are lost. There is no co-founder with Christ. You're a Christian, period. There's no such thing as a Seventh-day Adventist in this Bible. Show it to me. There's no such thing as a Mormon in this Bible. Show it to me. There's no such thing as a Pentecostal in this Bible. Show it to me. Where's all this stuff coming from? It's coming from people who founded denominations. So the next time somebody calls you a heretic or say what you're teaching is heresy, just simply say, well, everybody's a heretic to somebody else. You're a heretic to me and your teachings are heresies. It just simply means you're separated from me. You're choosing to believe something else. That's all it means. But you tell them that they need to make sure that they're not choosing to depart from Christ. Because if they are divided from Christ, then that's the real heresy. And we already read in Galatians that anybody who divides from Christ as a heretic will not inherit the kingdom of God. We'll be back after these brief announcements. Okay, everybody. Y'all still here. Shout out to all 155 people on Discord that's still in the audience. First of all, we'd like to thank everybody for coming out today. For all of y'all who don't know, we have our Sabbath classes here on Discord every Saturday, and we start on Discord at 4:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. But for y'all who want to listen to some nice gospel music, we open the clubhouse room at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Try to play some nice music for y'all for about 30 minutes. And then the class itself starts at 4:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If anybody is interested in making a donation, if you just feel blessed by what you're hearing and would like to show some support, you can do so one or two ways. My mods have this information in the chat. The first way you can donate is through PayPal using our email address. That means you can also contact me at this email. The email address is absolutebibletruth4ever@yahoo.com. That's absolute Bible truth, the number 4, EVA@yahoo.com. You don't spell out the word 4, you type the numerical digit 4. There's absolute Bible truth forever@yahoo.com. And of course, the other way you can donate is through Cash App using the Cash App tag, which is money sign, capital ABTM, lowercase s. Again, that's money sign, capital ABTM, lowercase s. And if anybody's wondering, that simply stands for Absolute Bible Truth Ministries. And of course, I will be giving shout outs a little bit later to everybody who's donating. So let me see if Ariel is here. He was on the stage here. Is Ariel on Discord? He's not on the stage here. I don't see him. Let me see if he's on Discord. His hand up.
You're donating if you just enjoyed the message, you know? It shouldn't be why are we donating? Why would you say why are we donating if you're not going to donate? Just if you enjoyed it and you want to support Brother Josh, donate. If you don't, if you enjoyed it and you can't, you don't have to. If you enjoyed it and you don't want to, you don't have to. So, you know, no one in here is going to give you a sales pitch for your donation, my brother. It's a donation. It's whether you want to or not.
These people these days, boy, they want an explanation for everything but what's important. But I don't see Ariel, so Gideon, anything you want to announce before we go to the Q&A?
Yeah, just please keep me in my prayers, y'all. In your prayers, y'all. I would really appreciate it. Mate, thank you so much for the help, man. Really appreciate you, Brother Josh. Thank you for the word today. Kev, thank you for reading. Brother Jeff, thank you for being here. Thank you, just everybody for being here, y'all. Like we had 200 people earlier, so just praise God. It's nothing but a blessing. You know, I just greatly appreciate you guys so much. Like words really can't describe. You know, and just praise God, man. You know, Jesus. You know, it's just nothing but a blessing, y'all. And I just ask that you guys, you know, because we are gonna be doing a little bit of dangerous stuff. So if you guys really can keep me and Vito in your guys' prayers, we would really, really, really appreciate it. Yeah, so you guys will be seeing me in hotel rooms for the next 3 weeks, which is cool. You know, it is what it is. One time it's gonna be like 6 a.m. So if y'all see me dozing off, you know, forgive me. So I'm gonna have everything, you know, situated around and stuff, and make sure, you know, I'm observing the Sabbath wherever it is I am. But yeah, it's nothing but a blessing, and I really appreciate it. And praise God.
Praise God.
Praise God. Praise God. Kevin J, anything you want to add?
Well, good brother. Once again, you have separated yourself from other pastors, man. And again, I hope that a lot of people, like I've been around ABT for a while, so it's Jeff, but I hope that a lot of people that are new, they see the importance of looking up words. That's one of the biggest thing I got out of this, other than your explanation of division and sect. Hope that they understand the difference. You know, like a lot of times denomination or what we thought or what we regurgitate from other denominations. Is simply what they tell us without any type of definition attached to it. So I just hope that everyone realizes how important it is to simply look up words, look up what you're reading. Don't take myself, Josh, or anybody's word for it. Look up what we're reading. See how this matches what he's saying. And I think that's really one of the most important things that we pulled out of it. Breaking down the words and how the context of the word in terms of how it was used, and also saying that, hey man, we all a heresy. I mean, that was just keeping it honest. You wasn't trying to make it seem like it's just other people. It's it's all of us. In this Christian belief system, we're Christians too. But the thing is, it's like you said, you have to divide. You have to know, okay, what's the actual truth, and what am I believing? What does the scripture say? And that's a huge thing in terms of belief and in terms of knowing where you are in the word. So don't let anybody, again, choose. Don't let anybody choose for you, or you have to be able to choose for yourself. But understanding words and context, definition, is all very, very key into just knowing where you're going. Other than that, though, man, it's been great. Thank everybody. Gideon, I'll be praying for you, good brother, while you're away. Brother John, thank you again for bringing the class. Brother Jeff, Mr. Expected Meat, thanks for your assistance as well. Shabbat shalom.
Thank you for having me.
No problem, man. You put in that work today too, right? Jeff, anything you want to add?
I'll be real short. Again, you threw a curveball. You went a totally different direction than expected, and I also got a lot out of the word heresy because I've never heard it explained that way. And one of the things we got to be careful if you're in those denominations, for instance, like Seventh-day Adventists, Jehovah's Witness, Mormons, you're saying that if you're not part of these groups, you're going to be condemned. But you can't go in any part of the Bible that shows or proves that if you don't join these organizations, that you won't be promised a kingdom. What we do know is the practice of sin. So you're saying if I don't practice sin, try my best to keep the commandments, whatever. And even if we got different understandings, I came from a Jehovah's Witness organization, and they got a lot of things right. I had a heck of a starter kit with them, but the difference is like keeping the Sabbath, not eating pork. So you're telling me because of those small differences, well, they're not small, they're major if you know the truth. You're telling me with these differences, even though I don't practice sin, I'm going to the lake of fire. That's very dangerous. That's a very dangerous doctrine to teach. But you did your job on this class, and can't wait to the next installment.
Praise God, Jeff. I appreciate that input too, man. And you being on deck, because this whole holier than thou and you're a heretic if you don't be down with my belief or all that stuff. That's everybody, bro. Everybody is a heretic to somebody else, because heretic just simply means you made a choice or that you're divided from something. You know what I mean? They had heresies among, the time of Jesus. You had the Sadducees, you had the Pharisees, you had the Herodians, you had the Essenes. Sects are very old. Like, they've been around for a while. And people like to do that and judge you based off of that stuff. They want to condemn you if you're not down with them. You follow what I'm saying? But now we got Big Bro Cream Card. Go ahead, Big Bro. What you want to add?
Well. What in the get off your white throne, Jesus? Let me sit down and judge everybody and condemn them to hell is going on here. First of all, let me ask a serious question. How are you doing, my brother?
I'm good, man. I'm holding up, man. I appreciate you asking, man.
Praise the Most High. People can forget, hey, come on, you got to work. You got family to take care of. You got responsibilities. You actually have a real ministry that you're involved with on days you're not on Discord. And then you prepare to come on here and share. And you got real things going on in your family. And, just especially over the last few weeks with the passing of Elder David. and many other things going on. You got a mother you taking care of. It's a lot that's going on, and sometimes people can underestimate that. For people like ourselves, we have a job to do regardless of what's happening with us personally. So may the Most High continue to give you the strength to do what you have to do on a personal tip, and continue to have the strength to do what He assigned you to do as well, my brother.
All praises. Appreciate that.
And with that said, I want to say good evening to all the saints across the United States. I'm going to say post Shabbat Shalom to those of you who I weren't able to say it to earlier. And if you don't keep the 7-day Sabbath and you go to church on Sunday, I want to say pre-Catholic, pre-Roman Catholic, Shabbat Shalom to you as well. It is your brother, Cream. That's right. Because I'm so smooth. I'm running things. And then the time I show up, it's only for the word of God. Now, what in the world? What in the world? Gideon said, what he about to do is dangerous. It's only dangerous if Jesus ain't with you, brother. So you do what you got to do, and whatever that is, I'll keep you in prayer, good brother. I just want to say that, Josh, this teaching was a great one, because at the end of the day, sometimes you're going to go some places where you may not be by the standards of the circle, the heretic at the moment. I think Paul, when he was on trial in the book of Acts, literally when the Pharisees and the Sadducees were all accusing him as being blasphemous for preaching Christ rose from the dead, that man said to Agrippa, by the thing they call heresy, so worship I my God, believing everything written in the law and the prophets. So at that moment, he was the heretic in the room. And so be it. Another definition of heretic is the minority view versus the majority view. And sometimes the minority view is the right one, even though the majority of the room is against it. The prophet Jeremiah was outnumbered by 400 false prophets who were telling King Zedekiah that the king of Babylon was not going to come and touch Jerusalem. At that moment, Jeremiah was the heretic in the room and was glad to be it. So sometimes we going to be what we going to be, but we going to stand for the things of God. And yes, we are contributors to the schism in the church because we didn't create it. But we're going to choose a side, and we choose Christ. We don't care about anyone's denomination, yet we do not condemn them because of their denomination. But if your denomination specializes in a certain doctrine, then we got to talk about it. It ain't to condemn you. It's to talk about the thing that existed before you were alive and more than likely will be around after you die. This is our moment and our time, and we going to do what we got to do. So you already know, man, I'm back here just supporting. And I know some of y'all ain't seen me in a few weeks. Salute those of you who DM'd me what's going on, Brother Cream. I've been on the road doing real ministry. And now that I'm back home, most high willing, I'll be able to tap in more consistently. But salute to the ABT family. You already know what time it is. And little bro Gideon, stay focused, homie. Y'all bless y'all. So I'm over here. You know what I mean?
In the background like Spyware. I appreciate that, big bro. Appreciate that. And I'm glad that you dropped by to get words of encouragement and words of edification. Because I'm just, quite frankly, I'm just sick of the pots calling the kettles black. You follow what I'm saying? Like, everybody want to pretend like that only what they got is the truth, and like the rest of the world of Christianity ain't looking at them like they heretics. You know, we need to stop all. We're all heretics. We're all making a choice. We're all divided from each other, right? You just want to make sure you're not divided from Christ. That's the message. And a lot of people don't really want to do the digging to see if they're divided from Christ or not. They just want to make sure they're united with their denomination. I keep telling people it's called your denomination because it dominates everything else. It dominates. It dominates before Christ. If you ask anybody, any Christian, what's your denomination? They're not going to say Christian first, more than likely. They're going to say whatever their denomination is. That's what they're going to do, which lets us know that's what you lead off with. That's what you place out in the world, right? You go to a Seventh-day Adventist church, on the outside, it says Seventh-day Adventist church. It don't say Christian nowhere on the building, does it? You ever seen one do that, Kevin J? Green corn, care but the dust? You ever went past a Seventh-day Adventist church and seen Christian on the building?
Oh,
It say
no.
Seventh Day Adventist on the side. It say Seventh Day Adventist on the side. You go to a Baptist church, what it say? AME Baptist. It don't say AMB Christian. AME Christian.
All day.
Baptist. And somebody came up with that, right? That's how it's supposed to be. Right? Now there are some churches that don't even put it, just say the house of Christ or something like that. And then you go in there and they still tell you, well, we're Baptists. So they put him first on the building, but he's still playing second in the doctrine. I'm just saying. But now we got my guy, Kev of the Dust, Vegeta, who have evolved, if you will, to Ultra Ego. My Dragon Ball Z fans know what I'm talking about.
Also
He don't reach that
the
Ultra
Q&A is
Ego.
open, y'all. So raise your hand if y'all got a Q&A question.
Yeah, no doubt. So, we got Ultra Ego Kevin Vegeta. What you got, bro?
Ultra Ego, yeah, that's the Vegeta counterpart to Goku's Ultra Instinct. You know what I'm saying?
Correct.
Is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
For sure. Little Dragon Ball trivia. But
And don't forget
yeah,
about
man,
Beast Gohan. Beast Gohan. I know you know about that. I don't know if you kept up with that, but that's another conversation.
Yeah, for real. Yeah, but Gohan, he finally tapping into the potential. It took a while, but we're getting there. But yeah, man, as always, want to say peace to everybody, who obviously is in the room. As always, Josh, great class, timely. And I appreciate all of you from Evan J to, Jeff, Gideon, obviously you bringing out this message today. And always, and I think it Zadok really, I think was he got to the core of what it is that I wanted to bring out. So I'm just pretty much going to add on to what he said. But basically, like anybody that's listened to this class might have the question in my mind is, okay, we're all heretics, we're all part of divisions, and we know that we can't be divided against Christ. But how do you know if either you or your denomination is divided from Christ? So in case anybody does have that question, I'm just gonna keep it real simple for y'all. This is how you know whether or not you or your denomination is divided by Christ. If you or your denomination teaches against any part of the law of God, then you and your denomination is divided against Christ. It is that simple. So I'm gonna go to like three verses, and I'm gonna get up out of here just to keep this simple and create like a short criteria that anybody could evaluate anybody or any church against. So to start, I'm gonna go to Acts 24 verse 14, which is where you went, Josh, because that's a phenomenal scripture, right? So Acts 24, and Zadok brought this up too. Acts 24 verse 14 says this. We know Paul is in the midst of being held on trial, but he says this: "But I confess this to you, that in accordance with the way which they call a sect, I do serve God of our fathers, believing everything that is in accordance with the law and is written in the prophets." So the first thing, ask yourself, do you, Christian, believe everything that's written in the law and the prophets? Because if you don't, you are already off course. Now, here's what Paul also said pertaining to the law, right? Romans chapter 8, I'll start in verse 5. Says this: "For those who are in accord with the flesh set their minds on the things of the flesh, but those who are in accord with the spirit, the things of the spirit. For the mind set on the flesh is death, but the mind set on the spirit is life and peace. Because the mind set on the flesh is hostile toward God, for it does not subject itself to the law of God, for it is not even able to do so. And those who are in the flesh cannot please God." So what is Paul saying here? If you are in the flesh, you are in the flesh because you do not subject yourself to the law of God. And if you are in the flesh, which means you do not subject yourself to the law of God, you cannot please God. Now, for anybody asking, what is the law of God? The law of God is the law of Moses. Nehemiah chapter 10, starting in verse 28, and I'm going to read 29, and that's going to be it. Nehemiah 10, 28. "And the rest of the people," just for background, this is when the Israelites were coming out of the Babylonian captivity, and they were trying to reintroduce themselves to the laws of God, realizing that breaking the laws of God were the reason why they got thrown into captivity in the first place. So verse 28 says this, and the rest of the people, the priests, the Levites, the porters, the singers, and the Nethinim, and everyone who drew off from the nations of the lands to the law of God, their wives, their sons, their daughters, everyone who had knowledge and understanding, were urgent with their brethren and bound them under a curse and entered into a curse and into an oath to do what? To walk in the law of God, which was given by the hand of Moses. The law of God is the same thing as the law of Moses. So when Paul is telling you in Romans chapter 8 that those who are hostile towards God are those who are not subjecting themselves to God, what he's saying is if you do not subject yourself to the law of Moses, you cannot please God. So taking it back to your denomination, that's the criteria. If you or your denomination does not promote and teach and love and embrace and delight in the law of Moses, you are against Christ. Simple and plain, point blank, period. That's it.
And just to piggyback off of that for that wonderful dissertation, and if they struggling with, because that's one of their hurdles. But the gospel for most Christians is a given, and they go against that. You ever notice that, Kevin? Does I can understand the because most Christian churches today are really dead set against the law of Moses, right? But the gospel is supposed to be a given, and they go against that too. So not just the law of Moses, but the gospel too, because the gospel is founded on the law of Moses, right? And a lot of these people, so for a lot of these people, Kevin, does guess what? We can't even begin to even take start chiseling at the law of Moses because they don't messed up the gospel. You follow what I'm saying? They don't messed up the gospel.
Agreed. The unfortunate
Go ahead. I'm listening. Go ahead.
Hold
up, you going in and out. Hold up, Caleb. Can you start over, please? You went out for a second on my end. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, can you hear me now? Am I coming in clear? Am I still breaking up?
You're good right now. Mm-hmm.
All right, cool. Yeah, I was going to say, I agree with you 100%. The unfortunate thing is there's a lot of people who are given time to get this right. Like, how long are we going to keep, if you're an individual, how long are you going to keep saying, well, I don't understand the law of Moses when you have a Bible in your hand? You show up to the Sabbath class every week. You're able to read. You read other things, but you don't want to take the time to read through the law of Moses to understand what's required. The law, keeping the law of Moses was like the first part of the gospel message. When John showed up and when Jesus showed up talking about repent and repent and turn from your ways, repent of what? Like he was talking to Jews, telling them repent from breaking the law of Moses. That's like, this is gospel one-on-one.
That's what sin is, breaking the law of Moses. People don't know that. That's what sin is. Yep.
That's what sin is.
That's the biblical definition of sin.
Exactly. You know, as stated in like 1 John. But people want to act like, oh, we're supposed to repent. But they don't want to take that thought further. Repent of what and from what? What did we do wrong and against what law criteria? It's the law of Moses, y'all. Like I'm trying to say this as bluntly as possible, because the scary thing is there's a lot of churches out here that clearly do not want to keep the law of Moses, and it's that's going to keep them out of the kingdom, because you can't say that you're one with Christ if you don't want to keep the law of Moses. When Christ kept the law of Moses, he promoted it. Paul did the same thing. So we got to get this right.
And told you to follow them.
Exactly, and he told us to follow them. So like, again, like God has given a lot of us time to get this right, and every day you spend doing something else, you're creating less of an excuse for yourself, because you do have the time to study this. You just are choosing not to, if you are choosing not to.
That's absolute fact. And you know what's so weird too, Kevin? You pointed out John the Baptist, right? When John the Baptist was telling people to repent, Jesus wasn't even on the scene yet. So what was he telling them to repent from? If you want to try to make it like the law of Moses don't matter, John the Baptist was saying repent before Jesus even came forward. So what would they have been repenting from? You can't say the gospel. The gospel hadn't even started yet. You follow what I'm saying? So that lets you know that starting out, the forerunner of Christ, the man who was commissioned to actually introduce Christ into the world as a teacher and as the Messiah, is letting you know that you need to repent from your sins, and sins is the transgression of the law. There's only two things in the Bible that you can really read that is a sin: transgression of the law and transgression of the gospel. And if people were telling people to repent before there ever even was a gospel, then you know that only leaves one thing. So when the Bible says sin is the transgression, it said whosoever sin transgress also the law, for sin is the transgression of the law. If there is no law, you can't sin. And people are still sinning. So you can't tell somebody to repent from something that they can't even do. No law means no sin. I can't give you a ticket for running a traffic light if there's no law that says running a traffic light is a crime. That's how that goes, right? And a lot of people don't want to deal with that. But it is one of the telltale signs that your denomination is a heresy. You know, you preaching hard against that law. That's one of the telltale signs. The biggest telltale sign, make it real easy for them, Caleb, but it does. If you got a founder other than Christ, you already know. You follow what I'm saying? That's the easy way. You know what I'm saying? Just give it to you straight. If I can look up your religion and it has a founder, then why do we need a founder for Christ if Christ is already the founder? Right? And guess what, too, Cab Brother does? 99.9% of all of these founders of these denominations, anti-law of Moses. Am I right?
You're right, but I want to add this. Even the churches like the one I came from, which claim to preach the law, is still teaching division. And here's why I say that. See, like, I'm not giving anybody a pass. Church I came from, worldwide
getting that Big Bang attack.
Everybody getting it, bro. Like, I came from the Worldwide Church of God. Y'all could look it up. The founder is Herbert W. Armstrong. He came from the the Seventh-day Adventists, and he departed from them because he felt that the Seventh-day Adventists were not teaching the whole Word of God. We're not teaching the law of Moses, even though they kept the Sabbath. Keeping the Sabbath is not just because you keep the Sabbath does not mean you promote the law. And in the church, in my church's case, they promoted keeping the Sabbath, the dietary laws, and primarily, along with all the other things like loving your neighbor, right? But also like keeping the feast days. But here's what they didn't promote. They didn't promote wearing fringes, right? They didn't promote any other law that's any other law that they found not worth the time. They didn't promote that. So like I know people that used to go to my church, they talk about, oh, we gotta keep the Sabbath, we gotta keep the feast days, we gotta abide by the dietary laws. But I'm like, bro, where your fringes at? We supposed to do that too. Well, we don't have to do that. Why not? Because that was a symbol showing that, you know, the law is on our mind, and I don't need that to know that the law is on my mind. They cherry picking hardcore. So I'm like, nah, even them. That's why I said my old church is divided against Christ because they don't teach the whole law. You know what I'm saying? So nobody gets a pass. Even those that claim to teach the law, they have to be scrutinized.
Everybody got to get it. Like, and see, that shows, and let me tell y'all something about Hell But the Dust. See, there's a reason why I call him Kejita. It's multiple reasons. You know, we're both fans of anime, and we know we mess with Dragon Ball Z. By the way, bro, that Hunter x Hunter, that Chimera Ant, I just finished it.
What I tell you?
Bruh.
What I tell you?
Bruh.
What I tell you?
Bruh.
Yeah, yes, sir.
You didn't tell me that. You didn't tell me that. You told me, but you didn't tell me that, though, bro.
I wanted to give it away. I didn't want to give it away. I'm like, oh, Josh on that Chimera Ant arc, bro. Let me just keep quiet.
Bro, the king. That's all I got to just say. The king. I don't want to get too much into it. Bro, the king.
Is
boy,
wild.
I don't even know why I even doubt you no more, bro. I don't even know why I even still doubt you, bro. You know what I'm saying? I had to take pause on that one, bro. I had to take pause. I was just like, whoa, bro. He didn't tell me he was gonna be popping. He told me we were gonna be popping, but he undersold it. He undersold it, bro. Bro, and the chairman. Oh my god.
Yep.
You know who fought him? Chairman, bro. I don't want to get too far. Woo, but I've been trying to get at you about that for a minute too, bro.
Yeah, we got to talk about that. You know, we got to talk about that during the week.
Yeah. I'm kind of mad at you because you kind of undersold it, but I see why you did it. You wanted me,
Right.
and then the twist at the end, how they let them go out. I was like, wow, why they doing this, bro? Why they trying to make me cry? Why they
Yep.
trying to do this? I did
Hunter
not see
Hunter
that
that
coming. You know,
Hunter legit.
yeah, that's the truth, right? But appreciate that, KLJ. You can stay up on the stage. Let me give a shout out to my donors and bring some more people up. Right quick. I'm inviting you up, your hand up. That's all I'm doing. Let me give a shout out to my peeps. You know what I'm saying? Showing love. Hold on 1 second. Please forgive me. Here we go. I'm gonna do it in reverse from least earliest to most recent. First of all, shout out to my guy Jared Cole. Jared Cole is ABT. Always looking out. Appreciate the generous donation. Then we got Shane Burton. This is a repeated donor. Shane Burton, appreciate that generous donation. And of course, we got the lovely Marie Davis, always showing support, always in attendance, always got my back. Appreciate that generous donation, Marie Davis. And we got Ben Trey Reed. I call him son of Trey because Ben in the Hebrew means son of. His name is Ben Trey, so I call him son of Trey. Appreciate that generous donation. And then we got my guy Oscar Ladino. I remember that name. He sounds like he need to get an Oscar with that name. Appreciate that generous donation. Then we got Alexander Zavala. Alexander Zavala. These names, y'all got some
Hey, that's my
powerful
boy
names.
right there, Zavala.
Yeah, do you hear that name? Zavala? Zavala?
Yeah,
You know what I'm
Zavala.
saying? That just sound like the name of somebody who family you don't want to cross. You don't want them calling them Zavalas out. You know what I'm saying? I'll just put that out there. Appreciate that though, bro. And then we got my big bro, Cream Corn. He looked out, showed a donation. Appreciate that, big bro. We got Josias Hobbs. Josias, this another long-term person been tuning in to ABT for a minute. Appreciate that generous donation. Then we got Colton Birch. I think he hit me up on Facebook too. Colton Birch, appreciate that generous donation. And then we got the prophetess Daniela, not the prophet Daniel, called the prophetess Daniela because Daniela is just like a variation of Daniel, but like feminized. So appreciate that generous donation, Daniela. And then last but not least, we got Ronald Ortega. Ronald Ortega. That sounds like it's like a
That's
famous.
me.
There's you.
Yeah.
That sounds like a famous football player. I'm talking about real football, soccer. You know what I'm saying? Do you play soccer?
Used to when I was a kid. But not
You knew,
anymore.
I knew it was in there. I knew it was in there. CIB pointed out. Y'all, soccer really is football. I mean, that's what they call it in other countries. They call it football, and they call our football football Americano. That's really, and that make more sense. I mean, in our football, your foot only touches the football at the kickoff, and if you're doing a field goal of your punting. But in soccer, that's all you do. You ain't even allowed to use your hands. That's real football.
And then if you do
You follow
use
what
your
I'm saying?
hands, you forfeit, or not forfeit, you get a red card.
Right. What's the yellow card mean?
Trust me,
I
I know
thought
all
I saw a
about
yellow
using your
card.
hands in soccer. You don't want to use your hands in soccer.
A yellow card is just a warning.
Oh, okay. And I saw that one time. I saw a dude give a yellow. I was like, what is that? Do he keep the card? I mean, does he hold on to it? But I tried to play soccer. I tried to play soccer one time when I was younger, y'all. Bruh, you got to have some endurance. You got to, your lungs got to be just the truth. You cannot be winded playing on soccer, bruh. Like, you cannot. I tried that, man, as a kid. And I like to believe I was in shape. I got on that soccer field, man. I'm like, wait, we got to run back? We got to keep running back and forth? And ain't nobody even hardly scoring? Soccer was not for me. I'm just letting y'all know that. So, anybody who plays soccer now, I'm just letting y'all know. I'm just going out right now, letting y'all know. Y'all the truth. Y'all the truth. I'm just letting y'all know that right now. Y'all the truth. Right?
You too.
But then we got we appreciate that again, Mr. Ortega. And then we got please read a Bible. Please read a Bible. Anything you want to add? Your volume is low. Is it just me?
Yeah, no, it's not.
I can turn them up.
Yeah, he's real low.
I can turn them up specifically. See if you can raise your mic up, my brother. Please read a Bible. Which, by the way, is a nice username. You still pretty low to everybody. I mean, I can turn you. I guess we're all gonna have to raise the volume. I'm gonna raise you up to 200%. Go ahead, bro.
Alrighty, so my question was, so I had a dream
Yo, is there any way you could get closer to your mic, my man?
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
holding up on right now. I'm not sure what's going on. I could change
Make sure it's like
Yeah,
turned up. Like
you
if
should-
your mic has the dial, make sure you turn it up or something. Cause
I said raise
or
them
make
up
sure you're not covering
2,000%.
it. Make sure you're not covering it.
But like a lot of people in the chat, they cannot hear you. Like we can adjust you on stage. I don't know if they can adjust from the chat.
Wait, hold up.
Oh,
That's
that's
what'd you
better.
say?
That's better.
Does it still sound good or bad? I mean?
Yeah, that's way better. That's way better.
Okay, so I had a question, and I had a dream like a month and a half ago, and I'll get to that here in a second. But so I watched your video today right before you started this up, and you were talking about how death really goes down, and this dream. So the way you explained where we go when we die, literally matches up with this dream that I had. And I had a question: where you see all your past members and shit or stuff started, like all your past family members and everything. That was a thing there too, and Jesus was there too. But I have no idea who those people were. Like I have no clue. They're not in my family that I know like in this life. You get what I'm saying? But it's exactly the way you explained it in that video, and I didn't know about any of this before I watched that video. I had that dream, and I was just like, all I can remember from it, I can't remember what the people told me, other than Jesus said it's time to go, and that's when I woke up. And then, yeah, it was exactly how you said it was, where there's like a drop, and it just goes down to nothing, right? And there's like a fence on the side of it, around it, and there's a tree too, and there's a gate, and I couldn't go into the gate. It was interesting to say the least, but I didn't know who was connected to that. I just had a crazy dream.
Well, I know one thing. If I ever had a previous dream about something before I saw what somebody else had to say on it, that would freak me out. I'm just gonna just let you know that. Yeah. And I've had something like that happen before, where I was thinking something, and then or I had a dream about it, or I was just wondering about something, and then somebody did like a topic on it, and it was exactly the way I pictured it in my mind. Right?
Yeah, like
all I can tell you is this. Sometimes God show us stuff here before he show us stuff here. Sometimes.
Yeah.
Right? I think it's happened to pretty much everybody on this stage. I'm pretty sure Big Bro, when he was doing his studies, or when Kev of the Dust were doing their studies, it was something that they wondered about or had a vision about or a premonition about, and then they went in the scriptures and it's in there. In fact, let me tell y'all one of my little secret study techniques. Let me tell y'all something. I don't think I even ever told anybody at ABT this, but this is one of my secret study techniques. I start out wondering if something is a certain way. Like I take something I've never read in the Bible before, like a topic that I've never read, and I wonder if it bears out according to a theory that I have about something. And then I go into the Bible and I see if the Bible actually teaches that. Now, because God, if you're really studying your word, and people on the stage and some people in the chat who's listening, y'all probably can attest to this. If you're really studying your word, sometimes God's word, his written word, becomes predictable. And you say, I wonder how the Bible feels about this, that, and another. And then you look it up, and guess what? It's exactly how the Bible breaks it down. But of course, you got to have some kind of previous wisdom and understanding of the word to catch these patterns. Because see, we worship a God of patterns. Did y'all notice that? We worship a God of patterns. Women, and I'm not trying to be, perverted or whatever, but a woman's menstrual cycle is an attestation to that God works in cycles. You follow what I'm saying? It shows up, right? Just like when it comes to like the moon and the sun and their orbits and all of this stuff, like every day the sun rises and sets. You ain't ever woke up one day in the morning and was wondering, is the sun gonna come up tomorrow? The sun and everything is cycle, sunrise, sunset. Same thing with generations, right? So we already know we worship a God of pattern, of routine. So when you're reading the word of God, and you start learning that God has routines for stuff over here, then you start wondering, I wonder if that same routine and patterns apply to this. I wonder if the same routine and patterns apply to that. And when I study the word, I put that hypothesis out there. And then I read to see if that bears out. And that's how, honestly speaking, I come up with like 85 to 90% of my classes. Everything starts out as I wonder if. That's how I do.
Appreciate that.
Mm-hmm. Praise God. And sometimes it's just a wonder, and sometimes it's something I thought about.
Yeah. So about that, so people that were there, I don't know if you might be able to like connect it because you know more about the Bible than I do. I'm sure of that. I remember talking to somebody who's actually like, I don't know, he's like a Mickey guy. I remember talking to a guy that was a Mickey. There's a bunch of different versions of people. I just literally recognize none of them. But there's a Mickey guy. So anybody in the Gospels that is actually.
Well, let me ask you something, bro. Let me ask you something. Say if Jesus came back right now and he resurrected the millions of Christians who followed him as well, during his time. Well, not doing this because it wasn't millions, but just we'll say thousands. And then over all of history, do you think you're gonna recognize all of those people?
Nah,
If you got into the kingdom, how many people do you actually think you're gonna? Let me ask everybody this question on the stage. If you got into the kingdom, how many people do you think you're gonna recognize? Like off bat.
Right. Yeah, we were like outside of the gate. There's only like a set amount of people, like you said too. But I like all I can remember, like can't remember any of the words, but I remember everything was like happy. It was good. And Jesus was there too the whole time. They wasn't talking to me much. He was just kind of watching
Yeah.
over me.
Now, if you have a family member who already passed, and he meets you at the gate or something with that family member or the old family member, I understand that. But if you show up, say if you died and you show up at the gates of heaven, how they say, and you're there with a bunch of other people, obviously, unless it's somebody who died who you know right around the same time, you're not gonna recognize them.
Yeah.
So, so what I'm saying is, you probably had to get into them gates and do a little networking before you find anybody in your past who you know. Like, would they be waiting right at the front? You feel me? So, like, you're not gonna. If there's millions upon millions of saints that's gonna be in the kingdom, how many of them do you expect to recognize? Like, hey, I know you, man. We went to high school together. I don't think it's gonna be quite like that. You follow what I'm saying? So that makes sense. That you wouldn't recognize most people.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting, but it's exactly how you explained it. I was just like, whoa. I had to ask you about it. It's literally how you.
No doubt, man.
Yeah.
Praise God and appreciate that, man.
Yep. God bless all y'all. Take it easy, man.
All right, please read the Bible, and y'all make sure y'all please follow the name of what that man said, because that's what y'all all need to be doing. Please read the Bible. And then we got Manuel.
Hello, can y'all hear me?
You are loud and clear, good sir.
All right, cool. Man, I'm kind of salty that Big Bro Zadok ain't in here no more, man. I was gonna hit him with the introduction like he's got. I was wanting to get in here. I was wanting to get up here a few classes ago. It might be more than a few classes ago, but I was finna hit him with the. You remember whenever you said "act like you saved"?
No. Oh my God. Okay, I remember that. Yeah.
Man, I wanted to get up on the stage so bad that day and said, "We being saved, we being saved, we being saved."
Hey. Exactly. Yes. Yes.
But yeah, man, I just wanted to share a tad piece of a testimony recently. Man, I was struggling with the weed. I gave that up, man, and I smoked weed from the time that I was like. I smoked weed from the time that I was like, I'd say daily since I was like 13 years old, and I'm 25 now.
Dang. That's a long addiction to kick, bro.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm still struggling with the cigarettes, but I've only smoked one today, man. I've been cutting them out slowly, and I'm trying to just give them up fully and just give myself to Christ, man.
Baby steps, man. Baby steps. You got, weed is an addiction for some people, and you kick that. Cigarettes, from what I hear, because I've never smoked either, but from what I hear, cigarettes is even more addictive than marijuana.
Yeah,
right. If you get one, you can kick the other.
Right. I was reading up on it, man. I heard that cigarettes work on the same part of your brain as heroin does. So it's definitely a real strong addiction.
That is true. That is true. And a lot of people don't know this. See, that's why I said every addiction was a choice first.
Yeah.
I tell everybody that it's, you know, you're not born with an addiction unless like, you know, like you were a crack baby or something like that. And even then, you still have to find and try the crack. It's not like you instantly know, oh, crack is what I need. You just got this urge, right? But every addiction was a choice first.
I agree, Brother Josh, man. I grew up in a household full of cigarette smokers, so one day I picked one up, and it was my decision to smoke it, you know? And it just became a habit. But another piece of my testimony, man, that I wanted to share recently, I've been like approaching people differently. I work at a car wash, and I work at the window sometimes, and people will come up to the window and they'll ask for a car wash or whatnot. But when they come up to the window, I'm like, "Hey, how's it going today?" And they'll tell me how they're doing, which is normally the same exact response that everyone gives me: "Good, I'm fine, you know, I'm okay." And then if they do approach me back with the same question, "How are you doing today?" I hit them with the "I'm blessed." And it's crazy how much you'll see people's eyes light up whenever they realize that the guy at the car wash is blessed, and they pull up in $100,000 car and they're just okay.
Ain't that crazy? You know what I'm saying? You washing the car, you washing their luxury car, and they just okay.
Right?
But you washing it and you're blessed.
And
Gotta be
I've had some people tell me like, "Yeah, that makes one of us," and I'm like, "No, that makes two of us. You woke up breathing today too, didn't you?"
And then I hope the person that was driving the luxury car didn't say that makes one of us. You feel me?
I mean, yeah, man.
I'm
Most
just
of them
saying.
drive cars better than mine, so I can't.
But they're saying that makes one of us.
Right. I've had one lady say it makes one of us, and I said, "No, that makes two of us." I said, "God blesses you too." We both woke up breathing this morning, and it kind of like enlightened her mood. You know what I'm saying? Like she felt the presence of God, I should say. And it wasn't me. She didn't feel the presence of me. She just felt the blessing of God, of breathing, of seeing, of talking, of walking, of hearing, of so many people that can't even hear, they're mute. So many people that can't even talk, you know, so many people that can't see, and the blessings that we take for granted each day, man, it's sad. It's sad. So I've been opening my eyes to
Manuel, just to interject, I worked at a hospital before. Right? I've seen people like expire right in front of my eyes.
Yeah.
Like I've seen the doctor try to save somebody's life, and I've seen, like y'all seen the move when they flatline. I've helped put the body in the body bag and take it to the morgue and wait to the funeral home. I don't see the whole process except for the embalming part. Right? Let me tell y'all something. When you work in the hospital, you learn to appreciate your health. Some of us listening to this class, and it's a little funny and it's a little real. While you listening to the class, you probably got up, went to the bathroom and peed, or even took a dump. And you took a good dump too. Felt good. But go to the hospital and talk to somebody who can't take a dump. That's a real thing. That's a real thing. I'm just telling y'all the truth. We take something for granted. We take stuff like that for granted. No, Emmanuel. Just little stuff like that.
Yes, sir. Don't take it for granted, man. My lady takes care of some lady that's currently like pretty much passing in front of her eyeballs. She's watching her flesh just rot away. It's crazy, man. How much we take for granted on a day-to-day basis. Y'all need to be thankful for everything that you got. The water that you drink, not only the food that you eat. The thoughts that you're able to think that are clean. Whenever God cleanses your mind and cleanses your heart and cleanses your health, man, thank Him for it.
That's right.
Amen.
Give thanks before you eat the food and give thanks after it's done. Because I'm telling y'all, man, this is like I'm serious. The next time, because it sounds funny, but see, I'm telling you, after I saw that, I never forgot that. Like, you know, like the one person at the hospital who I don't forgot exactly what was wrong with them, but they couldn't take a dump. Right? When I saw that, every time I go to the bathroom and I take a good one, I thank God for that. It's amazing some of the stuff we take for granted. Like, can you imagine having to really go number 2 and can't? Like, you want to get it out, but you can't.
I got my braces and I wasn't able to like swallow properly. It really like made me think like, dang, I just take that for granted. Like I could swallow my food normally and stuff, and now it's like but it's like, you know, even though I'm not like, you know, disabled or anything, it was just like I started thinking about those type of people.
We take small.
No, I still
we take
have
some
them
of the
all.
smallest.